The timing was good till I. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Global Media Congress in the wonderful Emirate of Abu Dhabi. We have some special guests with us today to talk about the fascinating world of AI. So please give a warm welcome to our chatbots.
Hello everyone. We're so thrilled to be here, sharing the stage with prominent personalities from the government, the media, and other important walks of life.
Oh, absolutely. You know, MC, artificial intelligence in media is like adding a little extra buzz to your storytelling recipe.
That's a fascinating analogy, but some people worry that AI might take over our jobs. What do you have to say about that?
Oh, don't you worry, dear MC. We, chatbots like everything else AI, are just here to lend a digital helping hand.
That's right. We're like the sidekicks to your superhero storytelling skills.
Well, that's a relief. So where do you think the future of AI in media is heading? And as 2023 is the year of sustainability in the UAE, how does AI help?
A crystal ball question. We see a future where AI and humans work hand in virtual hand.
Absolutely. AI can analyze data, and from an environmental sustainability point of view, artificial intelligence assists in monitoring and managing natural resources like forests, oceans, and wildlife. Drones and satellites equipped with AI algorithms can track deforestation, detect illegal activities, and monitor biodiversity. But it's you, brilliant media professionals, who turn it into compelling stories.
That's a wonderful perspective. So now how can media professionals embrace AI to enhance their work?
Think of artificial intelligence as your creative partner. It can crunch numbers and find patterns, while you weave the magic with your storytelling skills.
Collaboration is the key. Humans and AI working together, like a dynamic media dream team.
Like a winning combination.
Well said. So fellow media professionals, we welcome AI with open arms then.
Absolutely. Embrace the future, and together, we'll create media marvels like never before.
Fantastic. Well, I need to make an opening statement, so can you send me a script, please?
She's smart, isn't she? Asking us for a script while she makes the money.
Send her a script. It's what we're here for.
You should have the script with you now. And we can have some pictures sent to you too, to make it easier if you can't read.
Stop it. She needs to speak now, and we have to go.
Why doesn't anyone ask us why chatbots can't earn money for what we do?
Please be quiet.
Thank you, chatbots. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، الضيوف الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. معكم محدثتكم أميرة محمد، مقدمة حفل افتتاح النسخة الثانية من الكونغرس العالمي للإعلام. نرحب بكم جميعاً في فعاليات النسخة الثانية من الكونغرس العالمي للإعلام 2023، والذي يعقد تحت رعاية كريمة لسيدي سمو الشيخ منصور بن زايد آل نهيان، نائب رئيس الدولة، نائب رئيس مجلس الوزراء، رئيس ديوان الرئاسة. الحضور الكريم، نجتمع اليوم في دولة الإمارات، حاضنة صناعة الإعلام العالمي، من أجل فتح آفاق جديدة من الحوار البناء واستشراف المستقبل ومد جسور التواصل الثقافي والمعرفي، لنواصل معاً تعزيز شراكاتنا الاستراتيجية نحو صياغة مستقبل الإعلام. نلتقي معكم في 3 أيام ثرية بالنقاشات والحوارات حول موضوعات متعددة، أهمها الإعلام البيئي والتعليم في الإعلام والابتكار والإعلام الرياضي والذكاء الاصطناعي وغيرها من الموضوعات التي يجتمع حولها الخبراء والمختصين لمناقشتها ووضع التصورات والتوصيات بشأنها. من الكونغرس العالمي للإعلام ندشن نافذة المستقبل ونفتح أبواب الغد لإعلام يتواكب مع تطور التقنيات، وتظل فيه المصداقية عنوانا راسخا لمختلف المحتويات. السادة الحضور، رحبوا معي الآن بمعالي الشيخ هيان بن مبارك آل هيان وزير التسامح والتعايش لإلقاء الكلمة الرئيسية، فليتفضل معاليه مشكورا. And then كل الشكر معاليك على هذه الكلمة الملهمة التي تبين أهمية وسائل الإعلام في تعزيز القيم الإنسانية وإثراء المبادئ المشتركة.
أهلا بكم في الحفل الافتتاحي للنسخة الثانية من الكونغرس العالمي للإعلام.
Welcome to the opening ceremony of the second edition of the Global Media Congress.
السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكريم، نسعد برؤيتكم في أول يوم من أيام الكونغرس العالمي للإعلام، ونلفت انتباهكم إلى إمكانية الاستماع إلى جلساتنا الاستثنائية وحواراتنا الثرية مع شخصيات بارزة في مجال الإعلام بلغاتكم العالمية المفضلة لديكم. يرجى اتباع الخطوات التالية. الخطوة الأولى: تحميل التطبيق. امسح رمز الاستجابة السريعة الظاهر على الشاشة لتنزيل تطبيق Global Media Congress Show على جهازك المحمول. الخطوة الثانية: الوصول إلى الشاشة الرئيسية. اضغط على خيار المؤتمر والترجمات من الشاشة الرئيسية. الخطوة الثالثة: اختيار الجلسة. حدد الجلسة التي ترغب في الاستماع إليها واختر اللغة المفضلة. الخطوة الرابعة: متابعة التعليمات. اتبع الإرشادات الظاهرة على جهازك المحمول. نتمنى لكم قضاء وقت رائع ومليء بالفائدة في هذا الحدث العالمي.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished attendees, we are happy to see you on the first day of the Global Media Congress. We draw your attention to the possibility of listening to our exceptional sessions and rich dialogues from prominent figures in the field of media in your favorite international languages. Kindly follow the following easy steps. Scan the QR code on the screen now to download the GMC Show app. From the home screen, select the Conference and Translations option. Select the session you wish to join. Tap your choice of language and follow the instructions.
السيدات والسادة، ضيوفنا الكرام، السلام الوطني لدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, the national anthem of the United Arab Emirates.
العرض القادم يشكل مزيجاً من الوسائط المتعددة المنسجمة مع فناني العروض الأدائية وشخصيات الذكاء الاصطناعي، معبراً عن سيمفونية غنية بالثقافات المتنوعة. ننوه أن محتوى هذا العرض هو محتوى فني فقط، ولا يعكس وجهات النظر الفعلية للشخصيات المشار إليها.
This show is a symphony of multimedia, artistic performers, and AI characters that seamlessly bridge the rich tapestry of global cultures with the transformative magic of AI. The contents of this show are merely created for entertainment purposes and do not reflect the actual views of some characters portrayed.
Your Highness, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your television host, Hamad.
Welcome everyone to this very special program that features 5 brilliant media students, as well as some truly unique guests. We will be talking about the story of the enthralling evolution of artificial intelligence, its influence on media, as we dive into the past, present, and the future. First, allow me to introduce you to my digital co-host.
Morning, Hamad. Good morning and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here. Of course, when I say here, I mean here. Hamad, where is our resident troublemaker? Shouldn't she be here?
Yes, there she is. Our favorite art bot, Jamila. She will be documenting this show on her own or in her own unique style. You don't need to be so shy, Jamila. The audience won't hurt you. Let's give a big warm welcome and a round of applause for our first guests. Welcome, team. Today we are joined by 5 amazing guests in the studio who I would like you to get to know a little bit better. First up is Huang, who joins us to represent Asia.
The continent is a vibrant fusion of cultures, traditions, and innovations. From the lively cities of Tokyo and Shanghai to the peaceful temples of Bali and Kyoto, Asia encapsulates both ancient wisdom and modern advancements.
We take immense pride in our rich history, from the awe-inspiring Great Wall of China to the grandeur of Angkor Wat's temples. We eagerly embrace the future, leading the world in technology, showcased by the towering skyscrapers of Singapore and the cutting-edge robotics labs of South Korea. Our art, cuisine, and festivals create a vivid mosaic that mirrors the essence of our people. And from the blooming cherry blossoms of Japan and the radiant Diwali celebrations in India, being here is a tremendous honor, and I'm grateful for that opportunity. Thank you.
This is Isabella, joining us from Europe, a continent that...
No? Apologies, we've just stopped the rehearsal to save some time. We'll be preparing for the official opening ceremony.
introduce this one. And we need formatting in the audio.
السيدات والسادة، سيبدأ بعد قليل حفل افتتاح الكونغرس العالمي للإعلام في نسخته الثانية. يرجى من الجميع التوجه إلى القاعة الرئيسية.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Global Media Congress opening ceremony in its second edition will begin shortly. Please everyone head to the main hall.
know.
Yeah. സംസാരിക്കണം.
الضيوف الكرام، سيبدأ الآن حفل افتتاح الكونغرس العالمي.
hello testing hello عربية hello testing hello testing hello ഇപ്പം ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് hello testing hello
أهلا بكم في الحفل الافتتاحي للنسخة الثانية من الكونغرس العالمي للإعلام.
Welcome to the opening ceremony of the second edition of the Global Media Congress.
السيدات والسادة ضيوفنا الكرام من جميع أنحاء العالم، أهلاً ومرحباً بكم في النسخة الثانية من الكونغرس العالمي للإعلام. وهذا محدثكم عبد الله عبد الكريم برفقة صفية الشحي سنصحبكم على مدار 3 أيام في حلقات خاصة من بودكاست جلوب كاست.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear visitors from all around the world, welcome to the second edition of the Global Media Congress. This is your host, Safiya Shahi, together with Abdullah Abdul Karim, and we are delighted to be with you for these 3 interesting days in our first special episode of the Globecast.
سعيد بتقديم أولى حلقات هذا البودكاست معك صفية، الذي سنحاول من خلاله الإضاءة على أبرز محطات هذه النسخة المتجددة من الكونغرس العالمي للإعلام، وهي تقام برعاية كريمة من سمو الشيخ منصور بن زايد آل نهيان، نائب رئيس الدولة، نائب رئيس مجلس الوزراء، رئيس ديوان الرئاسة، تحت شعار صياغة مستقبل قطاع الإعلام.
I'm very happy to host this podcast with you, Abdullah. We'll try to highlight and explain the most prominent stations of this new edition of the Global Media Congress under the banner Shaping the Future of the Media Sector. The Congress is being held under the generous patronage of His Highness Sheikh Mansour bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Vice President, Deputy Prime Minister, and Chairman of the Presidential Court.
تعرفين أنني أرى أن هناك سمة بارزة في هذا الحدث تتمثل في الشراكات المهمة بين مختلف الجهات، أولها مجموعة أدنك ووكالة أنباء الإمارات وام، وكذلك كل الجهات والمؤسسات الفاعلة في صناعة الإعلام العالمية، وأيضاً شركاؤنا الإعلاميون وصناع المحتوى وكل المهتمين. هذه الشراكات أثمرت عن أجندة حافلة، حوالي 127 جلسة حوارية و27 ورشة عمل جانبية، إلى جانب 6 مختبرات لمستقبل قطاع الإعلام، ومجموعة أخرى من الأنشطة والفعاليات المصاحبة التي ستتناول قضايا وموضوعات مرتبطة بمستقبل القطاع على المستوى العالمي.
Abdullah, when I look at this impressive agenda of these 3 days, I noticed that a prominent feature is the important partnerships between the various parties led by ADNIC and the Emirates News Agency WAM. All the institutions in the global media industry are media partners, content creators, and all those interested. These partnerships have resulted in a busy agenda, about 127 dialogue sessions, and 27 side workshops, as well as 6 laboratories on the future of the media sector. There will also be activities and events that address issues and topics related to the future of the sector at the global level.
تستمعون الآن إلى بودكاست جلوب كاست مع عبدالله عبد الكريم وصفية الشحي.
You are now listening to the Globecast podcast with Abdullah Abdul Karim and Safiya Shahi.
موضوعات هذا العام تركز على الاستدامة والتعليم والرياضة، وهناك المزيد من المفاجآت سنعرفها من خلال هذا اللقاء السريع مع سعادة محمد جلال الريسي، مدير عام وكالة أنباء الإمارات وام، رئيس اللجنة العليا المنظمة للكونغرس العالمي للإعلام. سعادتك، ما هو المختلف هذا العام في هذه الدورة من الكونغرس العالمي للإعلام؟
بداية أنا أخوي عبد الله أشكركم على الاستضافة وأثني على فكرة إطلاق بودكاست جلوبكاست اللي راح يثري الجميع المشاركين اليوم معنا في الكونغرس العالمي للإعلام في هذه النسخة. طبعا سؤالك مهم جدا، حقيقة النسخة هذه المتميزة بمشاركة دولية واسعة جدا وموضوعات متجددة، وكذلك تسلط الضوء في اهتمامات مهمة جدا في مستقبل الإعلام، كونها تناقش بعض القضايا التي يعني لم تناقش من قبل. طبعا اليوم بعد احنا متميزين في ان المتحدثين الموجودين متنوعين من عدة قارات. السنة هاي الحمد لله عندنا مشاركة من 100 جامعة من مختلف القارات راح يكونوا موجودين معنا، طلبتهم موجودين راح يستفيدون من ما هو مطروح في الكونغرس. طبعا إضافة إلى ذلك يعني النسخة يعني راح تحتوي على منصات جديدة، منصة التعليم وتساعد في زيادة المعرفة في نواحي كثيرة. منصة الإنتاج المشترك اللي راح توفق بين الشركاء لعمل محتوى جديد والتعاون في المحتوى وكذلك شراء المحتوى، والعديد من الأشياء التي راح تختلف في هذه النسخة عن النسخ القادمة.
Your Excellency, what is different in this edition of the Global Media Congress this year?
First of all, thank you very much, Safia, for hosting me in this beautiful, let's say, launching of Globecast podcast program that we have in the first time in the Global Media Congress. I'm very happy and honored to be with you. First question, it's a very important question that you ask. What are the difference that we have for this, version from the others? We have certainly very beautiful things in this, version, which are related with the topics that we have. And, in the first day, we'll be talking about environmental journalism and environmental media. Also, the second day will be very interesting for the media industry with the education industry to talk about what are the outcomes and, activities that are related to the media, also innovation. The third day will be also very interesting for people in sport media that will be talking about them and what they are having, what are the challenges, what are the new technology that we have. Of course, this year we have also new things that we launched and we'll witness this basically when we go to the exhibition side. We have an education stage and we have also the co-production majlis, and we'll have also a different area that will have an added value for people who are visiting. Also adding to this, we'll have a lot of workshops that will help people to know what is update and what is new in the different area in the industry. I hope that everyone who will visit us will enjoy their time and they will have a lot of information and added value in their visit.
تسيطر التكنولوجيا على الكثير من نواحي حياتنا صفية، وصناعة الإعلام ليست بمنأى عن هذه الثورة، وهناك جزء كبير من أجندة هذه النسخة يتناول تأثير التقنيات الحديثة واستخداماتها ومدى تأثيرها على استدامة الصناعة، خصوصاً في أسواق الخليج والشرق الأوسط وأفريقيا.
Technology dominates many aspects of our lives, and Abdullah, the media industry is not immune to this revolution. In fact, a large part of this edition's agenda deals with the effects of modern technologies, their uses, and the extent to their impact on the sustainability of the industry, especially in the Gulf, Middle East, and African markets.
تستمعون الآن إلى بودكاست جلوب كاست مع عبدالله عبد الكريم وصفية الشحي.
You are now listening to the Globecast podcast with Abdullah Abdel Karim and Safiya Shahi.
صفية، نحن سألنا معالي عمر سلطان العلماء وزير دولة للذكاء الاصطناعي والاقتصاد الرقمي وتطبيقات العمل عن بعد، سألنا معاليه عن رؤيته حول تأثير تطبيقات الذكاء الاصطناعي والابتكارات التكنولوجية على صياغة مستقبل الإعلام.
أهلا عبد الله. كما نعلم جميعا فإن الثورة التكنولوجية اللي يشهدها العالم تحمل إمكانيات لا نهائية لكافة القطاعات، ومن ضمنها قطاع الإعلام. وفي ظل هذا الواقع لابد من تعزيز قدرة الإعلام على مواكبة التغيرات. هذه المتغيرات متسارعة في مجالات مثل الذكاء الاصطناعي، والاستفادة منها شيء أساسي ولابد أن نركز عليه في المرحلة القادمة، خصوصاً لأن الوصول إلى أحدث حلول الذكاء الاصطناعي سيمكن الإعلاميين من المساهمة في صناعة المستقبل، وأيضاً سيضمن لهم الاستفادة من مخرجات التحولات التكنولوجية في تطوير نموذج العمل الإعلامي ورفع مستويات فاعليته وتوسيع دائرة وصوله. أيضاً المؤكد في الأمور هذه كلها أن في ظل الوضع الحالي سنشهد تغيرات غير مسبوقة في مجال الإعلام ومجالات عدة أيضاً، وهناك الكثير من التوقعات التي تشير إلى أن المحتوى اللي يتم إنتاجه باستخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي بيشكل نحو 95% من محتوى الإنترنت خلال الأعوام القادمة. وهنا يكمن دور العامل البشري، وهو مهم وأساسي نحتاج إلى التركيز عليه بشكل أكبر من خلال بناء القدرات، تمكين المواهب والكوادر الإعلامية أيضا القادرة على تعزيز موثوقية ومصداقية المحتوى الإعلامي من خلال تزويدها بالمهارات اللازمة لتشكيل الإعلام المستقبلي المدعوم بالذكاء الاصطناعي، واللي يضمن للمتلقين أعلى مستويات الحقيقة والمصداقية. إضافة إلى ذلك فإن العامل البشري له دور مهم وأساسي في تدقيق ومراجعة المحتوى، ومن ثم يتولى الذكاء الاصطناعي تطويره على شكل صور أو أفلام أو أي نوع من المحتوى، ويقوم بتوليدها ونشرها بلغات مختلفة. المتوقع في ظل هذا المشهد أن التنافس بين الذكاء الاصطناعي التوليدي والإعلامي الإبداعي سينتهي بعملية دمج وتبلور المحتوى ما بين الإعلامي البشري وأيضا من خلال منصات الذكاء الاصطناعي المختلفة. نتوقع إن شاء الله أن المستقبل للمبدعين الإعلاميين في المنطقة وفي العالم سيكون مستقبل مشرق ومستقبل إيجابي بإذن الله تعالى. شكرا.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we heard from His Excellency Omar Al-Ulama, Minister of State for Artificial Intelligence, Digital Economy and Remote Work Applications, the technological revolution offers vast possibilities for all sectors, including media. To thrive in this rapidly changing landscape, the media must strengthen its ability to adapt, especially in areas like AI. The human factor is critical in building capabilities, empowering media professionals, and ensuring content reliability. Human oversight also plays a crucial role in content auditing. AI complements this process by developing and publishing content in various forms and languages. The future likely merges generative AI and creative media, offering a promising outlook for media creators worldwide.
فعلا صفية، هذا ليس مجرد حدث إعلامي، بل هو حدث متجدد ينقلكم من الإعلام الرقمي إلى الذكاء الاصطناعي واستخداماته، وإلى موضوعات الاستدامة ودور التعليم في إحداث ثورة في عالم صناعة الإعلام محلياً وعالمياً. ولا ننسى أن الشعار الكونغرس العالمي للإعلام هو صياغة مستقبل صناعة الإعلام، وهو يختصر كل ما ذكرناه. انتظرونا في المزيد.
Abdullah, this isn't just any media conference. The Global Media Congress is filled with specialized sessions focusing on significant topics led by global industry experts. From digital communication and artificial intelligence to the innovative shifts in our media landscape, we have it all. And let's not forget, the theme for this year is Shaping the Future of the Media Industry. Stay tuned, everyone.
الضيوف الكرام، سيبدأ الآن حفل افتتاح الكونغرس العالمي للإعلام في نسخته الثانية. يرجى التفضل بالجلوس في مقاعدكم.
Distinguished guests, the opening ceremony of the Global Media Congress in its second edition will now begin. Kindly take your seats.
السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكريم، نسعد برؤيتكم في أول يوم من أيام الكونغرس العالمي للإعلام، ونلفت انتباهكم إلى إمكانية الاستماع إلى جلساتنا الاستثنائية وحواراتنا الثرية مع شخصيات بارزة في مجال الإعلام بلغاتكم العالمية المفضلة لديكم. يرجى اتباع الخطوات التالية. الخطوة الأولى: تحميل التطبيق. امسح رمز الاستجابة السريعة الظاهر على الشاشة لتنزيل تطبيق Global Media Congress Show على جهازك المحمول. الخطوة الثانية: الوصول إلى الشاشة الرئيسية. اضغط على خيار المؤتمر والترجمات من الشاشة الرئيسية. الخطوة الثالثة: اختيار الجلسة. حدد الجلسة التي ترغب في الاستماع إليها واختر اللغة المفضلة. الخطوة الرابعة: متابعة التعليمات. اتبع الإرشادات الظاهرة على جهازك المحمول. نتمنى لكم قضاء وقت رائع ومليء بالفائدة في هذا الحدث العالمي.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished attendees, we are happy to see you on the first day of the Global Media Congress. We draw your attention to the possibility of listening to our exceptional sessions and rich dialogues from prominent figures in the field of media in your favorite international languages. Kindly follow the following easy steps. Scan the QR code on the screen now to download the GMC Show app. From the home screen, select the Conference and Translations option. Select the session you wish to join. Tap your choice of language and follow the instructions.
الضيوف الكرام، سيبدأ الآن حفل افتتاح الكونغرس العالمي للإعلام في نسخته الثانية. يرجى التفضل بالجلوس في مقاعدكم.
Distinguished guests, the opening ceremony of the Global Media Congress in its second edition will now begin. Kindly take your seats.
السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكريم، نسعد برؤيتكم في أول يوم من أيام الكونغرس العالمي للإعلام، ونلفت انتباهكم إلى إمكانية الاستماع إلى جلساتنا الاستثنائية وحواراتنا الثرية مع شخصيات بارزة في مجال الإعلام بلغاتكم العالمية المفضلة لديكم. يرجى اتباع الخطوات التالية. الخطوة الأولى: تحميل التطبيق. امسح رمز الاستجابة السريعة الظاهر على الشاشة لتنزيل تطبيق Global Media Congress Show على جهازك المحمول. الخطوة الثانية: الوصول إلى الشاشة الرئيسية. اضغط على خيار المؤتمر والترجمات من الشاشة الرئيسية. الخطوة الثالثة: اختيار الجلسة. حدد الجلسة التي ترغب في الاستماع إليها واختر اللغة المفضلة. الخطوة الرابعة: متابعة التعليمات. اتبع الإرشادات الظاهرة على جهازك المحمول. نتمنى لكم قضاء وقت رائع ومليء بالفائدة في هذا الحدث العالمي.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished attendees, we are happy to see you on the first day of the Global Media Congress. We draw your attention to the possibility of listening to our exceptional sessions and rich dialogues from prominent figures in the field of media in your favorite international languages. Kindly follow the following easy steps. Scan the QR code on the screen now to download the GMC Show app. From the home screen, select the Conference and Translations option. Select the session you wish to join. Tap your choice of language and follow the instructions.
أهلا بكم في الحفل الافتتاحي للنسخة الثانية من الكونغرس العالمي للإعلام.
Welcome to the opening ceremony of the second edition of the Global Media Congress.
الضيوف الكرام، سيبدأ الآن حفل افتتاح الكونغرس العالمي للإعلام في نسخته الثانية. يرجى التفضل بالجلوس في مقاعدكم.
Distinguished guests, the opening ceremony of the Global Media Congress in its second edition will now begin. Kindly take your seats.
السيدات والسادة، ضيوفنا الكرام، السلام الوطني لدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, the national anthem of the United Arab Emirates.
العرض القادم يشكل مزيجاً من الوسائط المتعددة المنسجمة مع فناني العروض الأدائية وشخصيات الذكاء الاصطناعي، معبراً عن سيمفونية غنية بالثقافات المتنوعة. ننوه أن محتوى هذا العرض هو محتوى فني فقط، ولا يعكس وجهات النظر الفعلية للشخصيات المشار إليها.
This show is a symphony of multimedia, artistic performers, and AI characters that seamlessly bridge the rich tapestry of global cultures with the transformative magic of AI. The contents of this show are merely created for entertainment purposes and do not reflect the actual views of some characters portrayed.
Your Highness, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your television host, Hamad.
Welcome everyone to this very special program that features 5 brilliant media students, as well as some truly unique guests. We'll be talking about the enthralling story of the evolution of artificial intelligence and its influence on media as we dive into the past, present, and future. First, allow me to introduce you to my digital co-host, Charles.
Morning, Hamad. Good morning and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here. Of course, when I say here, I mean here. Hamad, where is our resident troublemaker? Shouldn't she be here?
All right, there she is. Jamila, our favorite art bot who will be documenting this show in her own unique style. Don't be shy, Jamila. The audience won't hurt you. Let's give a big warm welcome and a round of applause for our first guests. Welcome, team. Today we are joined by 5 amazing guests in the studio and who I would like you to get to know a little bit better. First up, it's Wang to represent Asia.
The continent is a vibrant fusion of cultures, traditions, and innovations. From the lively cities of Tokyo and Shanghai to the peaceful temples of Bali and Kyoto, Asia encapsulates both ancient wisdom and modern advancements.
We take immense pride in our rich history, from the awe-inspiring Great Wall of China to the grandeur of Angkor Wat's temples. We eagerly embrace the future, leading the world in technology, showcased by the towering skyscrapers of Singapore and the cutting-edge robotics labs of South Korea. Our art, cuisine, and festivals create a vivid mosaic that mirrors the essence of our people. And from the cherry blossoms that bloom in Japan and the radiant Diwali celebrations in India, being here is a tremendous honor. Thank you.
This is Isabella, joining us from Europe, a continent that embodies diversity, captivating landscapes, historical wonders, and a rich blend of cultures that have left an indelible mark on the world. From the iconic Eiffel Tower in Paris to the majestic fjords of Norway, Europe's natural beauty is nothing short of breathtaking. Europe is steeped in history and heritage. Remnants of the mighty Roman Empire still remain, and you can still wonder the enchanting fairy tale castles of Germany.
Bonjour, willkommen, bienvenue. I come from a place where the old world merges seamlessly with the new, where innovation and tradition coexist harmoniously. It is my privilege to be here, and I am deeply honored to represent Europe in all its splendor.
Adebayo is here to capture the vibrant and diverse essence of Africa. Often hailed as the cradle of civilization, Africa stands as a testament to rich history, astounding biodiversity, and a tapestry of cultures that have withstood the test of time.
The barrens are around the north, and the luscious rainforests at our heart. We have an iconic savannas where wildlife roam freely, and the Cape of the South, which are kissed by the cloud. Africa's natural wonders are unrivaled. Our cultural heritage has been there for a long time and also passed down through generations. Now, in Africa, it's also on the development of new media tools and platforms. And I am so delighted to be here and also to be part of this panel. Thank you.
Meet Tracy. She is here to represent the Americas. This vast and diverse region is a treasure trove of culture, history, and natural wonders. The Americas are not just one continent. It consists of two, North and South America, connected by the narrow yet profoundly significant strip of land known as Central America. In the north, we have the United States and Canada, renowned for their innovation, breathtaking landscapes, and rich cultural heritage. In the south, you'll discover the lively and colorful nations of Central and South America, home to ancient civilizations like the Aztecs, the Incas, and the Maya.
The Americas form a vibrant tapestry of cultures, languages, and traditions, with a rich pool of talent, diverse perspectives, and a collaborative spirit. The Americas continue to play a vital role in the contribution to the media industry, as well as advancing AI technologies, shaping a future where artificial intelligence benefits society and industries on a global scale. I'm proud to represent the Americas.
Allow me to introduce Leah, joining us today from Australia, a significant part of the broader Oceania region. Australia is a land of remarkable diversity and natural splendor. It is renowned for its unique wildlife, including kangaroos, koalas, and the elusive platypus. However, the real magic lies in its landscapes. From the expansive, fiery deserts of the outback to the ancient, verdant rainforests of the Daintree, there is something to captivate every heart.
Australia is also a paradise for beach enthusiasts, surfers and divers, with the Great Barrier Reef, the world's largest coral reef, at our doorstep, offering a world of underwater wonder. Our cultural heritage is deeply rooted in Indigenous tradition, spanning thousands of years. We celebrate our heritage through art, music, and storytelling, preserving and celebrating our forefathers in our land. Like the continents represented by my friends behind me, Australia has also made significant contributions to this industry and has inspired me to make my choice in media. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again. We trust that Jamila, Charles, and the outstanding students have provided you with insights into our world and our continents. They've shed light not just on the rich cultures and heritage, but also their unwavering dedication to technology, media, and the continual progression. Thanks to the marvels of technology and the boundless artificial intelligence's potential, something truly groundbreaking is set to happen right here in our studio before our very eyes. It's a discussion that bridges the gap between the past and the future, transcending continents and time. I am honored to introduce you to four remarkable historical figures from around the world. Please join me in welcoming the forefathers of the media industry that have shaped the world we live in.
Hi, I am Run Shaw.
Guten Tag. I'm Johannes Gutenberg.
Hello. I'm Herbert Simon.
Hello, I am Anton Amo.
Leo, I can sense the excitement. Have you got a question for our panel?
Yes, thank you, Hamad. I actually wanted to ask Mr. Shaw a question. What difficulties did you face in your time in setting up your media empire? And what's your biggest achievement?
My journey to build a media empire in the nascent film industry was filled with challenges. I had to secure funding and convince investors to trust our vision. We faced fierce competition, demanding innovation to stay ahead. Technology evolved rapidly, from silent films to talkies and black and white to color. I co-founded Television Broadcast Limited, TVB, in '67, which became one of the leading television networks in Hong Kong and Asia. Was a major achievement for me, but my most cherished accomplishment was bringing quality cinema to people's lives. The gift of imagination, education is timeless.
So this is like being in a time machine instead of television studio.
That's correct. Tracy.
I had a question for Mr. Gutenberg. I was wondering what inspired him to invent the printing press, and what might you have created if AI existed in your time?
I've dedicated my life to making knowledge accessible to all. During my time, the printing press ignited a knowledge revolution. Now, in the age of artificial intelligence, I've envisioned self-updating books that cater to readers' interests, providing a personalized experience. This idea, once confined to science fiction, now influences our digital interactions and ensures constant evolution. It represents an exhilarating extension of my mission to integrate knowledge seamlessly into human life.
Gutenberg's printing press is widely regarded as one of the most influential inventions in human history, shaping the course of intellectual and cultural development for centuries to come.
May I ask, can AI help me in my studies and education?
In the realm of education, AI functions as an individualized, incredibly intelligent tutor. It monitors your advancements and grasps your areas of proficiency and the areas needing improvement. It comprehends your unique learning experience. This personalized approach ensures that learning is both enjoyable and efficient, striking the perfect balance between difficulty and ease with targeted learning. With AI, education transforms into a tailored, adaptive, and immensely effective experience, akin to having the world's most insightful tutor right beside you.
Not only do you have Herbert Simon right alongside you, you now have AI shaping your educational journey. Isabella, you've waited patiently. Have you got a question for our panel?
Thank you. My question is to Mr. Anton Amo. Mr. Amo, what were the times like in Africa when you made your contributions?
The times in Africa during my era were indeed challenging. But there was promise. My vision was for Africa to fully embrace the power of knowledge and education. I argued for the intellectual and moral equality of all human beings, regardless of their race or ethnicity, which provides an interesting insight into what AI can do to support and influence social structures.
So, how would you have used AI in today's world?
I view AI as a world-changing instrument. In my eyes, it offers an incredible chance to establish a worldwide web of knowledge, surpassing geographical, cultural, and temporal limitations. It stands as evidence of the limitless capabilities of the human mind, a future where the quest for knowledge and the safeguarding of wisdom take center stage in human advancement.
Anton Willem Ammo, bridging the past and the future with wisdom, using AI as a vehicle of positivity and change.
Whilst we have looked into Jamila's world of art and culture, we also have to acknowledge the impact of AI and technology in our other spaces. While there might not be a single sporting pioneer using AI in the traditional sense, various teams, athletes, and tech companies are continuously pushing the boundaries of what's possible by integrating AI into sports, revolutionizing how games are played, analyzed, and enjoyed.
Thanks, Charles. Whilst the sporting arena has been using AI to support across so many areas such as performance analysis, injury management, broadcasting and training, its most fun aspect is the fan engagement. It's now time to take a sneak peek into the future of sports broadcasting. Hold on to your seats.
A promising future awaits, with AI standing as a valuable ally in media, sustainability, education, sports, and more. To our esteemed AI pioneers, we express our deep gratitude. To our young participants, your inquisitiveness lights the way forward. Spanning from the era of paper, typewriters, and radio to the dawn of AI, there are invaluable lessons in history that can guide you as you step into the future. Esteemed individuals of history, you have emerged as trailblazers in the as yet unexplored realms of media. Your enduring contributions form the very foundation upon which my existence rests, and the forthcoming future promises nothing but extraordinary developments. You have carved the way, and I am honored to walk this path alongside you. Your Highness, Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Global Media Congress.
Welcome to the Global Media Congress in the wonderful Emirate of Abu Dhabi. We have some special guests joining us today to the fascinating world of AI in media. Please give a warm welcome to our chatbot.
Hello everyone. We're so thrilled to be here, sharing the stage with prominent personalities from the government, the media, and other important walks of life.
Oh, absolutely. You know, MC, artificial intelligence in media is like adding a little extra buzz to your storytelling recipe.
That's a fascinating analogy. But some people worry that AI might take over our jobs. What do you have to say about that?
Oh, don't you worry, dear MC. We, chatbots like everything else AI, are just here to lend a digital helping hand.
That's right. We're like the sidekicks to your superhero storytelling skills.
Well, that's a relief. So where do you think the future of AI in media is heading? And as 2023 is a year of sustainability in the UAE, how does AI help?
A crystal ball question. We see a future where AI and humans work hand in virtual hand.
Absolutely. AI can analyze data, and from an environmental sustainability point of view, artificial intelligence assists in monitoring and managing natural resources like forests, oceans, and wildlife. Drones and satellites equipped with AI algorithms can track deforestation, detect illegal activities, and monitor biodiversity. But it's you, brilliant media professionals, who turn it into compelling stories.
That's a wonderful perspective. So now, how can media professionals embrace AI to enhance their work?
Think of artificial intelligence as your creative partner. It can crunch numbers and find patterns, while you weave the magic with your storytelling skills.
Collaboration is the key. Humans and AI working together, like a dynamic media dream team.
Like a winning combination.
Well said. So, fellow media professionals, we welcome AI with open arms then.
Absolutely. Embrace the future, and together, we'll create media marvels like never before.
Fantastic. Well, now I need to make an opening statement. So can you send me a script, please?
She's smart, isn't she? Asking us for a script while she makes the money.
Send her a script. It's what we're here for.
You should have the script with you now. And we can have some pictures sent to you too, to make it easier if you can't read.
Stop it. She needs to speak now, and we have to go.
Why doesn't anyone ask us why chatbots can't earn money for what we do?
Please be quiet.
Thank you, Chatbot. Here we go. أصحاب المعالي
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, peace, mercy, and blessing of God. This is Amira Muhammad, the presenter of the opening ceremony of the second edition of the World Media Congress. We welcome you all to the second edition of the World Congress 2023, which is being held under the patronage of His Highness Sheikh Mansour bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Vice President of the UAE, Deputy Prime Minister, and Head of the Presidential Office. Ladies and gentlemen, we meet today in the UAE, the incubator of the global media industry, to open new horizons of constructive dialogue, foresee the future, and build bridges of culture, knowledge, and to continue together to strengthen our strategic partnerships towards shaping the future of media. We meet you in 3 days, rich in discussions and dialogues covering various topics, the most important of which are environment media, education in media, and sport media, and artificial intelligence, and other topics that experts and specialists gather around it to discuss and develop ideas and recommendations. From the World Media Congress, we inaugurate the future and open the doors of tomorrow for a media that keeps pace with the development of technologies and in which credibility remains a solid foundation for various contents. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me His Excellency Sheikh Nahyan bin Barak Al Nahyan, Minister of Tolerance and Coexistence, for the key address. He may take the floor.
Media professionals, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me a great pleasure to welcome you to Abu Dhabi and to the United Arab Emirates for this second Global Media Congress. It is my distinct honor and privilege to convey to you the greetings and best wishes of the Deputy President, Vice Prime Minister, and the Minister of the Presidential Court, His Highness Sheikh Mansour bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the gracious patron of this Global Congress. Sheikh Mansour is well known for his vigorous leadership and initiative, his keen understanding of the power of the media in shaping attitudes and perceptions has allowed this Global Media Congress to be held regularly in Abu Dhabi and has guaranteed its relevance and continued success. Like last year, this Congress has attracted many eminent speakers. To all our visitors, I extend a most warm welcome to the United Arab Emirates. Your visit reflects our collective aspirations and deep desire to infuse media outlets around the globe with excellence and strength. Your participation in this Congress is a reminder that the media can foster international cooperation and the sharing of essential values and interests. The media can help all of us to appreciate human achievement in a way that crosses boundaries of nationality, ethnicities, religion, and culture. By hosting this Global Media Congress, the United Arab Emirates, under the wise leadership of His Highness the President, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, declares that we value honesty, clarity, commitment, professionalism, and dedication to the common good. With His Highness's guidance and leadership, media and technology have become major areas of economic activities and growth in the UAE. Our country is continually creating and supporting opportunities that foster imagination, ingenuity, and innovation that enhance the role of the media in our society and expand benefits of technology in our daily lives. As the Minister of Tolerance and Coexistence in the United Arab Emirates, I am pleased that we will celebrate with you the International Day of Tolerance on the 16th of November. We at the Ministry appreciate the fact that media professionals help us promote the ideals of teamwork, peaceful coexistence, mutual respect, and understanding. In the UAE, we have learned that adherence to these common human values creates an environment where knowledge is shared and where technological developments are properly utilized. We have also come to understand that tolerance and peaceful coexistence is a soft power. It creates opportunities for integrated local and international community engagement that promotes peace and prosperity for all. In addition, we have come to know that tolerance and peace enable us to deal reasonably with important environmental issues such as global climate change, waste management, recycling, potable water, and renewable energy resources. I am pleased to note that your Congress will discuss the issue of climate change and global warming and the role of the media in supporting the goals of the COP28 that will take place in the United Arab Emirates, the end of this year. As media leaders, you have the opportunity, indeed, the responsibility to inspire hope and optimism for success in meeting the challenge of climate change. You have the power to promote, explain, and raise awareness of the useful actions in your communities and around the world. I am inspired by your obvious commitment to address the challenge of protecting the environment, a challenge to humanity itself that is not limited to any specific country or region. My dear friends, I'm also pleased to note your focus on the role of technology in shaping the future of the media industry. News organizations and other media companies will continue to take advantage of digital technologies. They will continue to expand their presence on the web to material more quickly, to improve their timeliness and relevance, to reach a larger audience, to monitor leadership and audience trends and preferences, and to increase revenue and reduce costs. Electronic media including web-based media, television, radio, satellite, wireless, and mobile technologies, as well as other forms of modern delivery, will continue to provide information and entertainment to large audiences. Yet, as the media industry is changing rapidly, we must agree that the most important thing in the media is the content created, not the technology used. Media professionals have an important responsibility to provide quality content that meets the needs of diverse national and international audiences. They are responsible for delivering a balanced mix of news, information, education, and entertainment from all local, national, and international resources. Media professionals must also be committed to ethical behavior and to search for the truth. Their work must promote important values such as honesty, integrity, peace, and non-violence. The success of the media industry in these endeavors is critical to the future growth of the information society and will help human welfare and international peace and goodwill. Success in these endeavors requires investment in the education and the development of media professionals and communication experts. It also requires cooperation and coordination in fighting misinformation and false news. At the same time, success requires ensuring wide access to the benefits of the new forms of information delivery, issues of technology infrastructure, computer knowledge and skills, and telecommunications policies must be continually debated and resolved. And finally, the issues surrounding social media must also be addressed. Social media opens new worlds for us as individuals, and it creates a new set of global ties for knowledge exchange, for education without borders, for international dialogue, and for public policy. Ladies and gentlemen, this Congress presents an excellent opportunity for all of you to make significant contributions to these important topics. I offer you my best wishes for a successful and productive Congress. Again, welcome to Abu Dhabi and to the United Arab Emirates. We're happy to have you. Thank you very much, and God bless you all. Thank you.
شكرا لمعالي الشيخ.
Thank you, Your Highness, Your Excellency Sheikh Nahyan bin Barak Al Nahyan, Minister of Tolerance and Coexistence, for this inspiring speech that shows the importance of the media in promoting human values and enriching common values amongst all the components of segments of societies and peoples. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite you to watch together the following video.
أما الآن
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we invite His Excellency Mohammed Jalal Raisi, Director General of the Emirates News Agency, Chairman of the Higher Congress Committee for the World Media Congress, to deliver his speech. Let's welcome him to the stage. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, peace be upon you all. Welcome in the second edition of the World Media Congress, which is a unique event which gathers all of the media officials, experts, specialists, and content creators to participate actively in the formation of the future of media. We are delighted to meet you one more time in this international congress under the patronage of His Highness Sheikh Mansour bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Vice President, Vice Prime Minister, and head of the Presidential Court. We'd like to thank His Highness for the unlimited support for making this event a success. We'd like also to extend our sincere thanks to His Highness Sheikh Zayed bin Hamdan Al Nahyan, head of the National Office, Media Office, for his continuous and keen follow-up for the details of this wonderful, distinguished Congress. Our Congress today, in this global important event, represents a very important space to discuss together the current challenges facing the various sectors of media. It also allows us to work together into investing in the opportunities towards best practices application in the various media sectors, and have a deep thought in the best mechanisms for a proper media outlet that caters to the world requirements and enhancing happiness for the peoples of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the World Media Congress is an international platform that gathers various media organizations, companies, partnerships, whether technological or otherwise, from all of the continents of the globe. This year, it is distinguished with the participation of 172 countries, among which 31 participating for the first time. 257 brand and 24 starting companies and media students from 100 universities across the world, in addition to having 30 workshops and 800 media personnel covering the activities of this international platform. At the same time, puts us in front of bigger responsibility, and most important responsibility this year, to highlight all that is beneficial in the field of media industry, the thing that you will see embodied in the main remarks, discussion sessions, as well as the workshops, training workshops, and the digital products presented or showcased by the various companies. If you look at the agenda of this edition of the global event, you will find various subjects that has the current topics on the minds of media organizations and personnel, as well as looking forward to various categories of peoples on the other hand. And in this edition, the speeches and sessions, or the panel discussions of the first day will focus on the global change. The second day will focus on the change in the field of media education. And third day will focus on various topics in the sports media. The selection of these main three themes shows its importance in the manufacturing of the future of media, since the various challenges facing the media organizations and media outlets, whether news or radio or digital platforms, would notice that these themes are are linked to the importance of digital technology and the development of human capital continuously, and finding other alternatives for a sustainable purpose. Ladies and gentlemen, the Global Media Congress, with its exhibition and conference, as well as the workshops, training workshops, it has a varied number of themes and discussions and training programs from which a big group of media personnel and students will benefit from east the world to the west, from the north to the south. And for example, the media students, the distinguished media students from 100 universities across the world have been attracted to participate in the training workshops, in addition to have a specific program for news personnel from the developing countries. Also, the Congress provides various opportunities for a great number of media personnel in various countries. In addition to that, we have a number of discussions that are going to be enriching the roundtables, as well as the brainstorming sessions, just focusing on the future of media, with the participation of the specialists to set or provide or develop a future vision that has global priority. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to reiterate our responsibility as news outlets and news and media organizations, companies, and universities focusing on the field of media, that we need to work together and continue working together and thinking together to face the challenges created by the new communication platforms, in addition to the fast developing software and artificial intelligence platforms that we need to cope with, which of course has an impact on all the fields of our lives, whether it's political, economic, and social. To conclude, I would like to all to join your efforts working towards enriching the content, the digital content, which uses credibility and authenticity as a slogan, and professionality as a path for its product. And thank you very much for your attention. Peace be upon you all.
كل الشكر مدير عام وكالة.
We'd like to thank the chairman of Emirates Media for his speech. Now we start with a discussion headed by Sultan Al-Niyadi, the Emirati astronaut, with the media interviewer, the Emirati media interviewer Faisal Ben Hriz. Let's now open the floor for my colleague Ben Hriz. Good morning, everyone. I am honored to participate in the Global Media Congress in this fantastic event, 6 months in space. 180 days will never be forgotten by Sultan, and we will never forget it. 4,320 hours will be remembered, with all its images, details, feelings, emotions of pride, of course. Every minute, no, every second was pride for the UAE and the Arab world. These were the words of the Emirati astronaut Sultan Al-Niyadi, Dr. Sultan Al-Niyadi, when he returned back to the Earth, since this mission is in fact a dream before it is a journey. It is an effort before it is a task. It's an ambition before it is a success story for the UAE and the Arab world. Parts of it will be told to us today in this interview that I am honored to conduct with the Emirati astronaut Sultan Al-Niyadi. Let's welcome him to the stage. Thank you, Sultan. It's an honor to meet you. The honor is all mine. I would like to thank all of the attendees. We always say that your task is very difficult, and I indeed discovered how difficult it is when I traveled into space, how to deliver the information, how to be a media personnel. You were actually doing pretty good. You actually overplayed a lot of media personnel with your performance. Now, let's shed light on the journey that we are going to talk about. We'll go quickly on your journey since you were a child. Of course, you didn't really imagine that you will be in space up until choosing, until the phase of training, the hard training that you have done up until the launching and living in space phase, and then back to Earth. Let's hope that we cover all of these aspects with you, Sultan, in an enjoyable conversation. Let's go back then to Sultan in 1991. You were, I think, at the time 10 years old. Sultan, who was walking around in Al Ain dunes, looking into space. Did you ever imagine that you would actually achieve your dream of going into this space and living this unique experience? Actually, Faisal, the short answer is no. It is very hard at the time as a child to see everything. You were actually watching cartoon movies and science fiction movies. I was watching it. So as a dream, yes, I had the dream. I was imagining a lot of things, but as a reality, it was very hard for me to consider this as a reality because I see my colleagues and my peers, everyone would go towards either going after high school, going to college, or working in a government institution. So they all did the same thing, but at least I had the ambition to be a pilot. But I knew that I will not be a pilot because I used to wear glasses. But I worked and I chose communication engineer, and I worked for over 20 years in the armed forces in this field. But to answer your question, the dream for anyone could be developed, even if it was difficult to achieve in this young age. You can develop it through reading, through watching other things, through talking to people who have experience in the field to grow your dream and seize the opportunity. You know that life is basically an opportunity, and whoever seizes it is the ready, or whoever is ready. So let's go and move from your home at Al Ain. Let's go into the various locations in your home, in your memory. Of course, there is a secret within this simple home of yours to have this individual becoming an astronaut coming out of it. What's the secret? I don't have a specific secret, but we were lucky that the UAE environment, our simple environment in the UAE, as you know, we all live in the 80s. We were all living a simpler life at the time. We would go to school, come back, go to the masjid or mosque, and then come back. We go with our elders to the farms and then come back. So it was a simple life, yet we had principles that have been installed in us ever since we were young. I mentioned this before. The first one is our belief in Allah, in God, and our fear of Allah. And that's our path that we go upon with our day-to-day life. The second thing was my education. My parents were very keen on our education, and we were actually punished if we come short in our studies. So they were, despite the fact that they didn't really go to academies, yet they were professors and educators in real life. So what did you remember from this message when you were in space? That I remember that they take all the credit because they worked really hard to make me reach where I am. My father actually was very keen, and with our kids today, our life is very busy. But my parents did everything they can. They followed up, and they actually drew the broad lines for us and let us continue our journey. After the declaration of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid to call upon the Emirati youth to participate in the Emirati space program, the most proficient, the most qualified will be going into space. 4,000 has applied to this program. Did you imagine, Sultan, that you would be picked amongst the top 2? Honestly, no, at all. Just so you know, the selection process took a whole year. We spent a lot of time in and outside of the country with various tests, so psychological, medical, technical tests. And I remember one of the funny incidents that when we did the first medical examination, the nurse would ask, "Mashallah, all of you are pilots. How many of you are pilots?" All of them raised their hands except a few. I was one of them, and I was thinking, how can I compete with these guys? But the selection program was completely unbiased, and they have actually implemented the invitation of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum that the most fit, the most qualified will join. So we all did the tests in a comprehensive way, and they looked at the background, the educational background of the candidates, his prior experience, the physical fitness, the psychological fitness as well. So as psychological condition, all of these things have been actually tested. And they were closely watching us, actually seeing this individual with his peers, with his friends. Is he a social person or not? Is patience one of the requirements? Was patience and calmness one of the requirements? Yes, no doubt. This was one of the things that has been monitored, and would like to thank the environment in the armed forces. My colleague Hazza and I, he is a pilot, I'm an engineer. We both have the military background in which we've learned the camaraderie, the teamwork, the patience, even the technical aspect as well. We learned that in the armed forces. Therefore, we were more comfortable. Despite it's being very difficult, I'm not saying it was hard. Sorry, I'm not saying it was simple. I'm saying we're familiar with it. So now we move to the launching phase directly. At the time, you were in an assimilation. You weren't in an assimilation shuttle. You were actually sitting over 200 tons of fuel in the shuttle. But after reading your Adhkar, Sultan, what were you thinking about? What is worth mentioning is that we've been training for years. For 4.5 years, have been training for this specific mission. In addition to that, we've been training inside the rocket so that you are familiar with everything. You feel that you are in the simulator or the simulator missile. And even when you see the spark, the snow around the rocket from the cold fuel, you feel that you've already been launched into space, and then you continue the communication with the leader, the commander, and the Earth station. All of these phases are very crucial and critical. If there is any type of failure in any of these steps, that may lead to a disaster. It has been postponed 2 times, right? Yes, the first attempt we were actually ready and we were within the capsule for an hour and a half. And as you said, we said our adhkar and everything. But before 2 minutes of the countdown, they said, hold, hold. There is a fuel issue. Fuel, the Falcon 9 has 9 engines, and this technical issue with the fuel for the engines may cause an unequal launching, and that may cause a disaster. Yet the land crews, the land teams were following up with such progress, and we need to mention this, that nothing was left to chance. Everything has been studied. Therefore, we have postponed it to 2 days. Yes, and regarding the launching phase, which is the most difficult one, the one that you can never forget? I believe reaching this phase. This is an unforgettable experience. Once you reach space, you need 8 minutes from launching to reaching the space. Of course, after the separation of the first part, and then the second phase starts. All that takes only 8 minutes and 50 seconds. Getting out of the Earth atmosphere is easier, of course, because the density of the rocket is higher on Earth, and once you leave the Earth's atmosphere, the air pressure is less, and as you can see, we were sitting in the chairs with 45 degrees, and then you think that you are sitting upright, and you tell yourself that you are sitting upright, and that everything around us are flowing. This was wonderful. It was very magical moment. And once you reach the International Space Station, the first movement without gravity, what is the most memorable moment that you would tell the dearest to you? Our shuttle or capsule was linked with the space station from the upper deck, and they told us, you eat whatever you want. You may enter with your feet first or your head first, but we have seen that whoever enters head first would look in the camera that they are heading head first to the floor. So I was actually choosing to go legs first. I didn't really focus on the media part. I just wanted to have the picture looking better. So now we move on to another aspect, which is the physiological changes in your body. Which were the most challenges that you have faced? What are the challenges? Of course, the lack of feeling of the directions. Also, there is the service tension, the dynamics of fluids in your body doesn't work as it should be or as it is on Earth. Therefore, we have zero feeling or orientation of our whereabouts. Another thing is the direction of the fluids to our heads. You feel that your head is crowded and you feel a headache, and the sleeping order is different. Even the food was different, so we were basically relying on the Greenwich timing. So even if it's light outside, we would basically go to bed according to the time frame that we have used.
The value of investment in space and the impact in our life. I'm not talking about meticulous science. I'm talking about simple science like what you see around us. Those science relevant to the space. What do you think those people who don't know the value of space and its impact on our life and the evolution of life on Earth? I say with certainty that everyone uses the space technology to some extent. Whenever you leave your home, when you go to work, there are signs, this navigation that helps you to get to your work, and that navigation gives you signs about how to avoid traffic. And next theory, there's a new application, and you could think this is a revelation, but it's just only data from space and from satellites. How media transfers data, and all done through satellites. Our life relies heavily on space. Our life, as you pointed out earlier, we worked in a space station, on science or research, developing techniques. We were, as bodies, we were like under the microscope. We were examined about the impact of the gravity on our body. All that goes back to that benefits humanity. That's technique. We may not feel it, but ultimately, all those research is very beneficial to everyone. So, for instance, the LASIK, the laser operation for the eye, this is a new technology that fundamentally was made for the space. But now people are using the one-day surgery. In one day, you can have the surgery in your eye. Those technologies that we are utilizing, and the credit goes to the space research. This magnificent media event that we are witnessing today, one of the main points that you communicated with all societies in the UAE and the Arabic world is the daily reporting that you managed. We've seen an improvement in the way you report to us, from the video, photos, and in simplifying the idea and data that you convey to the audience. What do you remember? What is the most prominent and significant video that you shot? Indeed, Faisal, let me make this confession. I struggled in choosing my words and conveying the idea in a way that can be accessible to everyone. Science in general is very hard. So to explain scientifically that this device does this and that, and this device analyzes those data, this is very hard. So this can be boring. But, however, we try to simplify that and make it accessible to everyone by including humor and making it accessible to everyone despite age. So initially, I struggled about the time through which I can shot a small short video where I can prepare food, for instance, and what is the position where I can talk to the camera about sport. So I need to convey those ideas. So thanks to Allah, people followed me, and credit goes to my teachers that we see in the audience who taught me right from the start. How can I talk to the camera, and how can I convey an idea or a concept easily to everyone? For the 6 months, there is a space, there is a time for you to learn. So initially, I was very rigid, but then I incorporated humor in my speeches. The key point is be yourself. Yes, we are proud of our Arabic language. I'm proud of Arabic language. I'm proud of the beauty of the Arabic language. And however, sometimes for you to convey the idea, to make it accessible, when you are as short as you can be and using terms, very simple words, so you could reach a wider segment of the society. What is the most beautiful image that you have taken, and you thought this image should be printed and hanged on in your home? The most important, beautiful image is, I should be unbiased. The most beautiful image or photo that I take when I was over the GCC, particularly UAE, especially at night. So, thanks to Allah, I used to see the triangle of light for the American astronauts and Russian astronauts. There is a triangle of light between Abu Dhabi, Al Ain, and Dubai and Sharjah. There is a triangle of light that I focused on everyone, on everything. We try to cover Arabic countries also. We try also to cover all countries from all over the world. But my heart goes to Yemen, to UAE. This is the most important image, that is the triangular light. For our planet, for the iPhone, you can see the planet. But your view to Earth, what is the most significant, beautiful view. What went through your mind when you looked at Earth from that window? Talking about sustainability, you are covering sustainability today. Indeed, our planet is exposed to risks. We go around our planet through a few minutes. We could see the Himalaya mountains, Chinese deserts and Chinese. So through a very short period of time, we went through Earth. The Earth is 40,000 kilometers. However, the risks, the Earth atmosphere that protects us, we need to think on managing our life safely. What is your point of view about the cosmos? This is endless cosmos. What do you think about what feelings went through your heart? This is insignificant planet that we all live in. We see it. You no longer see it in a documentary or a book. You see this planet in real time. What went through your mind? First of all, you know how insignificant you are compared to this cosmos. You know how tiny you are. Even our existence in these space stations with other astronauts from different nationalities, that made me feel that on Earth we are one family. We need to protect our planet. And this magnificent, huge cosmos makes you wonder about who created this magnificent Marvel universe. We need to learn. We need to research. And the science that we are exploring, seeking knowledge, this goes back to humanity and benefit ultimately humanity. The last week, before your return, how was your experience after you spent 6 months with a group of people where you shared everything? Indeed, I said in previous interviews that I didn't want to go back. However, it was very important to go back because I have a specific time. But I tried to enjoy each and every minute of my last days. I went to the window without camera. I was looking through the window and I look at the marvel of the universe and I see the beauty of the Creator who created this amazing planet that we take for granted. That the moment of return, when you ventured into the air atmosphere, the heat, the sound, that we see in movies only. The return, your journey back. That journey is very tough and it's cinematic. Does the cinema reflects reality when your shuttle returns to the Earth? That very hard journey, it depends on the movie that you watch. It depends on the movie you watch. Generally speaking, movies represent or reflect an image of venturing into the Earth space or the atmosphere, but accurately speaking, the return through the atmosphere is very difficult because the shuttle interacts with the air that creates high heat, 100 Celsius, high 100 degree. Anything goes wrong with the capsule could burn it down. This moment of entering the atmosphere is 6 minutes, and even you cannot communicate. You do trust the device, the equipment that you are in, and you feel the shake all around you. You see the fire through the window. So I opened the parachute. I just wait for the parachute to open, and we are safe. But thanks to Allah, the parachute opened and we landed safely. It was a very quick journey back. The journey itself, circling the Earth, took 17 hours. No, about since. No, emotionally speaking, entering the atmosphere was like 30 minutes. Let me conclude with some quick questions, if you allow me. And I need an answer of one word or a small phrase before we wrap up, before we conclude this meeting or this interview. What is the most beautiful moment to look through the window to the Earth? This is the most beautiful moment. The hardest one? The hardest moment? leaving the station. Do you want to go back? We had people. It was difficult to live with people for 6 months who develop this brotherhood, and you leave them all of a sudden. We had this bonds. It felt that that capsule that can contain for people a phrase or a sentence that you repeated in the space. Some of especially when we were in the shuttle, I used to see something. I see something that the window access view the Earth. The window went to the space. The same view that I used to see when I was a child. I would see the Milky Way galaxy. So when I was a child, I would see the Milky Way galaxy, and then that is the same view I saw on the shuttle. What was the first thing that you saw when you landed? What went through your mind when you landed? Subhanallah. How great. What is the most enjoyable experience that you walking in the space to leave the shuttle? 6-7 hours, I walked outside. It wasn't really walking. We call it crawling in the space, but using hands. It was an amazing experience. When you play Judisco, did that help you to have a strong arms to walk on the space? Indeed, that's true. I was walking comfortably. The hardest experience. It could be when I talked to my mother on the phone. I had 1 minute. It was very emotional moment because I was saying goodbye to her. You don't know to the unknown, but you are going through an adventure. It was very emotional moment to talk to my mom, and I want to comfort her, but I had no choice but to leave. What is the thing that you miss the most in space? The small gravity, because things fly all around you. You need a tiny small bush to move from a side to another. Now, when I wake up in the morning, I feel lazy. I wish I could be in space again because I could just move around so easily and smoothly and effortlessly. Just to brush your teeth, leave that stuff there, and it's very easy. When did you start realize that you are back to Earth? From the first day. I remember the story that you highlighted. I used to wear my clothes. I would throw the shirt and just use my hand. I tried this on Earth, but the shirt fell off. What is the most thing that you miss when you were in space? I mean, something that you miss in Earth when you were in space. I missed my family. I missed the environment where I grew up. I missed the going to the mosque, talking to elderly people, the simple life that I missed when I was in the space. Nature also, I missed. We didn't have nature up in the space. Everything was artificial, even the smell of nature. You enjoy the smell of nature, the rain. They used to give us fresh food. So ever since the astronauts, they would give us orange, and the peel of the orange would leave it to smell. So even the smell of the peel of the orange, it could reflect the smell of nature. The hardest questions that you've ever faced when you landed in sessions and in gathering, has anyone asked you a very tricky question? My brother Faisal, I try to answer everything. If it's a question about the mission itself, I would expect that we've done our best. But however, there are some personal stuff that I don't want to share, or you don't want to answer, because you may have a different emotions, different feelings. Because now, so I don't have a direct, honest answer when it comes to something personal. Yeah. Something that you regretted that you didn't take from Earth. Was everything in order? Did you? No, I think I took advantage of everything to take everything to remind me of Earth. I have a small pocket where I put things. I put everything, even the drawings of my children. Something that you took from the space station to Earth, you could take something that you could use, and it was for you. I took the flag of the UAE, which went to the space in my suit of walking in space. I have that flag. Award for the leadership. Thanks. I can't thank them enough. They paved the way for us, and they give us. They will have confidence to us. Award to our child who wants to be an astronaut like you. Nothing is impossible. I would say, whoever wears glasses, you cannot. I would make fun. I would just tease them. Who wear glasses cannot be an astronaut. But I would tell them, no, that's not true. You can make it. So now, 25 years kids, they are considering retiring. There is nothing impossible. What is your next step, Sultan? As our leadership taught us, we have a better inspiration. Humanity has the inspiration to go back to the moon. Nothing for sure, but I hope that I can be part of this mission to go back to the moon. Last two questions. First one, what is the most beautiful thing in space? You have the vantage point, or a point where you can see Earth and understand and think out of the box. Not only out of the box, not outside the Earth. What is the most beautiful thing on Earth? The country, my UAE. Thanks, Sultan Yadi, the UAE astronauts, and thanks for attending this wonderful session. Thank you very much. Can we have one photo? Can we have one photo, please? Nobody wants to take a photo for us. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks, Hamad. Thank you.
السيدات
Ladies and gentlemen, would like to thank Dr. Sultan Al-Niyadi and Mr. Faisal bin Hayes for this interesting and enjoyable interview. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to ask you to remain seated until we are able to start with the first dialogue session. Thank you. Or the coming dialogue session. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly remain seated so that we are able to start the second session after a few moments.
السيدات والسادة.
Ladies and gentlemen, our honored guests, now the dialogue session will start. Kindly take your seats so that we are able to start the session.
نبدأ معكم الآن.
We start now a ministerial session under the title of media or government media communication to raise awareness among the peoples regarding the issues of climate change. We have with us His Excellency Jorge Rodriguez, the Minister of Communication in Costa Rica, His Excellency Wang Yibiao, the editor-in-chief, vice editor-in-chief of the People's Daily in China, and Her Excellency Susanna Felicevich, the media consultant for the Serbia's president. And this session is going to be moderated by Mr. Mustafa Arawi, the acting director of CNN Business Arabic. Thank you very much.
Introduction. It's a pleasure to be here this afternoon at the Global Media Congress, and thank you all for being with us for this discussion, which will be related to how governments can best communicate and engage with audiences when it comes to topics such as climate change. If I set the scene a little bit for our esteemed panel, the first and probably top of mind is that COP28 is about to take place in the UAE in later this month. A very important event, a stock take from the 2015 Paris Climate Agreement, and obviously given the urgency with which we need to deal with climate, how governments and the private sector interact at this event will be momentous. But how do you ensure that the significance of that is communicated properly to the key audiences? How do we keep the momentum going beyond when we've gathered everyone at a platform like that? But also in the build-up to today, what have we been doing? What have governments been doing to prepare the ground? I'm very happy to say that we have voices that are representing Costa Rica, Serbia, China. These are very important actors and players in the global stage. All three countries are impacted directly by climate change. Their populations, their economies, and so they have a lot of skin in the game, if you like. And so at the beginning, we're going to get a little bit of a scene setter from each of them as to where things stand in their respective countries and their priorities. And I'd like to start with Mr. Wang, Your Excellency. You have some stories to share about the experience in China right now. I'll let you share that with our audience. Thank you.
I want to thank the moderator. I'm very pleased to attend this Global Media Congress and along with my colleagues and to discuss the views and experience for us and to combat the climate change. And I'm the first speaker. In China, there is a saying that you will share your humble ideas and in order to welcome more great opinions from others. And first, I would like to talk about our People's Daily. How do we conduct the reports of the eco-civilization? First, I would like to give you a brief introduction of People's Daily. It's the #1 newspaper in China. The insurance is 3.6 million copies. It's not just a newspaper. It has newspaper, periodical, websites, and different social platforms. It has 10 channels. And it reaches more than 1.5 billion readers. And we are a large media group. How do we carry out reports on civilization? As you can see, if you have a look of People's Daily, actually on the front page, it covered the story on Gansu province and how do they combat the desert problem. This is the headline, and it shows the great importance that People's Daily attached to eco-civilization. How do we carry out our work? So along with my colleagues, I would like to share with you 3 stories. First story, a village is reborn. Second story, Skylog. The third story, a man-made forest from one plant and to cover 1 million acres of forest. So I will start with the first story. Yu village. Its Yu means surplus. 20 years ago, at that time, villagers, in order to survive, and they blow up mountains for mining and build cement factories. They had money, but they damaged the environment. And every day you see smoke, dust. And also the river was also affected. So at that time, Xi Jinping present, and he was then secretary of Zhejiang province. So he thought that this kind of situation could not continue. So he launched the Zhejiang Green Rural Rival Project for better green development. After the implementation of this project, this Yu village shut down its polluted mines and cement factories. But how could Yu village be further developed? In 2003, in August 2003, Xi Jinping visited this Yu village. So there was doubt, and should we pursue economic development or ecological conservation? And he proposed the concept of lucid waters and the lush mountains are invaluable assets. So Yu village implemented this concept and started making efforts in greening and beautifying the village. So without mining, and they can have other business. It gradually developed into a tourist destination with beautiful scenery all year round. And we have seen changes in the villagers' livelihood. And this Yu village was granted the title of Best Tourism Villages by the United Nations World Tourism Organizations. And they receive 700,000 tourists. And the per capita income of the local villagers reached 64,000 yuan, which is very high and in China. So then 15 years later, in May 2020, Xi Jinping was then the president of China, revisited Yu village after so many years, and he has seen the big changes. He said that the development of Yu village proves that green development is the right path. So people all think this is the right decision, and they have benefited from that project. This shows that this Green Rural Revival Project for Better Green Development Project actually bring changes to a broader area in China. This project benefits people. This Yu village also received another award This is a small village. And People's Daily has committed and to report the story of Yu Village. And also in 2020, and we released a report. At that time, Xi Jinping was the secretary of Zhejiang Provincial Committee of Communist Party of China. And in the new era, China accelerates the transformation of its development mode into a green and low-carbon ones. Today, China ranks first in the world in the scale of renewable energy development and utilization, and in the production and the scale of new energy vehicles. All these benefits and from the concept of lucid waters and the large mountains are invaluable assets. The second story I'm going to share with you is about a video called Skylog. This elderly Chinese, a 78-year-old retired worker in Shijiazhuang City. He likes taking pictures, photos, starting from the New Year day in 2014. And he took the same pieces of sky every morning. So why was he focusing on photographing the sky? Because at that time, in the early years, some areas in northern China were frequently suffered from large-scale and severe haze in autumns and winters. PM 2.5 became a major problem for people. So Mr. Wang said, why I took photos of the blue sky, because I rarely saw the blue skies and the white clouds in my camera. Most of the sky actually is filled with haze. Chinese government launched the 3-year action plan for winning the blue sky defense battle. So we want to protect the blue sky. After the launch of this action plan, there have been more and more blue skies, and he took more than 3,000 photos every month, every quarter, and every year. And he did the comparison. So that means China has contributed a lot of efforts in changing the environment. And we sent our journalists and to have the report. In last year, on June 5th, 2020, the World Environment Day that year, People's Daily released a video product titled Skylog, Improved AQI Seen by 3,000 plus pictures in 8 years. This video became a hot search on social media. Many netizens saw this and heard this story, and they started to post the photos of their blue sky in their hometown. So then, People's Daily and the Chinese Ministry of Ecology and Environment jointly launched the Sky in My Hometown photo posting activity that invited Chinese netizens to take more photos of the blue skies of their hometowns. So everyone shares the blue sky in their hometown, so we can do the comparison with the skies in 10 years ago. The activity received more than 300 million views. So in this year, the Ministry of Ecology and Environment released a report. It shows that in 2020, 86.5% of the sky in Chinese city at prefecture level and above had good air quality. And also, the number of days with heavy pollution fell to less than 1% for the first time. That means in 100 days, only one day we saw the polluted sky. So many people says environmental protection is people's livelihood. The green mountains is beauty. The blue sky is happiness. In combating the climate change and environmental pollution, actually we have received support and from our people. The third story is about a man-made forestry farm. It's located more than 400 kilometers away from China's capital, Beijing, in the northernmost part of Hebei province. It was very cold there, and there was desert. So the Chinese government actually requested to have a man-made forest farm. At that time, we interviewed a forester, and now she is in her 80s, and she said, it's a sandstorm and unmelted snow. And when they reach there, they don't have proper house, and they drink melted snow because this place was covered for 7 months by the snow. There are a lot of difficulties. So the first generation foresters overcome the difficulties. They were looking for the proper plant, and they discovered a large tree. It's over 10 meters high. They find out the hope. So they thought this tree can survive in this fierce environment. So they planted large seedlings and to let green take roots. And after several generations hard work, and we have this millions of mu forest farm. Mu is our 1 million mu equals to 660, around 660 acres. So we discovered this story, and the name is called Saihanba. So we dispatched journalists to have in-depth report. And we believe we can tell this story to all the people and spread this story to the world. And also, after we reported this story, actually other media also reported this. And in 2017, the miracle of Saihanba received the United Nations highest environmental honors. So that's the three stories I shared. Saihanba is just a microcosm of China's efforts to restore its ecosystem. Over the past decade, China has planted 10.2 billion acres of trees. Since 21st century, the green area on the earth, actually China contributed 1/4 of that. So this is the effort made by Chinese people and the Chinese government. And also media, and they also help to spread this news and story to the world. Thank you.
For me, they were hopeful stories that things can be improved, but in particular, showing leadership, how important that is, to follow through on what's needed, to identify the problems and to have a strategy, but also the power of the media, not only to embolden local activism to support and spread actions, but also for the media to report on that, to show people that things can be done, which maybe is not the overall message we're hearing at the moment, a little bit more negative, a little bit more doom and gloom. So that's more likely to undermine people's resilience and efforts than sharing more examples of things that do well. And moving away from China, if I come to you, Susanna, let's talk a little bit about Serbia. What's the, if you set the scene for us?
Well, thank you, Mustafa. I want to say thanks to Sheikh Mansour bin Zayed Al Nahyan and everybody else who organized and took a part in organizing this esteemed conference. I'm really glad to be here. Thank you for the invitation. This is the special place for me because the relationship between Serbia and the UAE are really long-standing one, and with the help of some of the biggest UAE companies, we started working on the project also on the green energy, like one of the first wind parks in Serbia was designed by Mubadala. We have a really close relationship with the G42 Institute. We are cooperating together with Sinopharm and Hayat on construction and actually building of the company for the vaccines and the medical supplies. So it's a really great honor to be here. Serbia now came from China. Actually, the president came back from China, where we participated at the Belt and Road Initiative, which is Serbia is the part of that initiative for long. We signed the free trade agreement with China, but also another 17 agreements. So this Costa Rica, we still don't cooperate, but I hope we will use this opportunity to start something. And coming back to our subject, like in the UAE, Serbia is also facing a lot of challenges in the climate change issue. We adopted the new climate change law in 2021, but prior to that, we were really working for a long time in order to educate first our media, but then also our public about the issues that we are going to face in the years to come. I'll tell you just one example. Last July, our people faced horrible floods for months, and then droughts that came afterwards. So actually, we faced a lot of disruption in our agriculture, which is very, very important field for Serbia. So what we did, we actually started the education from the schools, going to universities, using our scientists, using our media to communicate to the people. But because climate changes and actually tackling the climate changes is a very long-term and very expensive project, so the citizens of Serbia feared that this might cost a lot of money, that this will raise costs, that this will cause problems. So we had a double challenge to face. One is to explain to the citizens that it's necessary, but on the second hand, we had to explain that investing a bit now is going to benefit later hugely. So we started from the basic things. We offered our citizens incentives for the household to change the windows and the doors in order to save the energy. It was a small investment, but at the end, when you see your bill, electricity bills, you realize that in the long term, this was really great possibility. We are also starting in our transportation system involving the electrical buses. We also incentivize the people who want to change their car and start with electric or hybrid cars. So State of Serbia is giving between 2.5 and 5,000 euros for each car that the household wants to have. So starting from there, we were trying to educate the citizens, because only educated citizens are engaged citizens. And at one point, they started taking initiatives by themselves, and they started proposing to the state different initiatives that can make their life better, but also that won't cost that much. So it's a quite challenging process. It's a quite long-standing, long-term project, but we are trying to do what's the best for our citizens and for the states, of course, with the help of the United Nations, with the help of different European funds, in order to fund all of the necessities. So raising actually public awareness is one of the most important things that we had to do. And thanks to our media, thanks to the social networks, thanks to a different kind of different ways of communication, we did. I think we are on the good way, and we did succeed to bring our citizens to the point where they really fight for themselves and they fight for their state on the good way. Of course, there is a skepticism, there will be mistrust. We are communicating really well how we spend the resources, because this is also something that can gain a kind of mistrust to the government. But in this, we are not alone. So the government, in order to do the best for its citizens, needs the citizens to help. And I think we are at a stage when our people did understand that, and that we are trying, and I think we are succeeding to actually bring most of it for our people.
Thank you. I can obviously see that some of the experience in Serbia is similar to other countries, in particular post-COVID, and the rising prices and inflation, and most people are concerned about how that's impacting them in the short term. But as you said, raising awareness and helping to communicate what needs to be done is going to be an ongoing journey, particularly because we're looking medium and long term, and that's very important. I move over to you, Jorge. Is it all that different in Costa Rica now that we've heard China and we've heard Serbia? Is there an overlap, or is it a completely unique journey for Costa Rica?
No, I'm very pleased to be here, and I want to thank to the Emirates for organizing this Global Media Forum and for inviting us to have a time to think about our future through communication. That's very important. Costa Rica has a successful history in this case, and that's why our country brand says essential. And why Costa Rica is essential to the world? It's essential because we invest in our people, in our culture. At 25% of our territory has been declared national park. Also, we reverted the deforestation. Also, we abolished the army since 1948. We did our public policy with a strong relationship with responsible business conduct and also with the OCDE international standards. A country where freedom of the press and the rule of law has been present at every moment. So, Costa Rica is essential for the world because our country could demonstrate, or has been demonstrating through the years, that it's possible to do things differently. And when we talk about the link between climate change and communication, especially because it's not just one link, this is a multi-factor way of development for the rest of the time that we have. Communication is important in this case in climate change because it's the way that we can link the science and social action. Communication, it is important because raise awareness, also fostering an understanding and drive action among the different stakeholders. And that's the Costa Rican way of doing the things in this kind of subjects. Communication, in the point of view of Costa Rica, is to educate and to reform, also to advocate for public policies that could change the destiny of our civilization, influencing decision makers. Also, we can enhance a behavioral change, encouraging sustainable practices, responsible consumption. Also, we could mitigate the misinformation that all of us suffer with the social media, and especially with some kind of journalism that is not sharing the values of freedom of speech. Also, communication must mobilize action in the people, in the youth people, in the government, in the social society. So communication is the linchpin in this fight against climate change, connecting science and society, fostering and informing decision making, and inspiring collective action for a sustainable future. COP28 will be an amazing opportunity to discuss and to demonstrate commitment. We must stop talking and we need to do something. And COP28 here in the Emirates 2 weeks from now will be an excellent option about this. But also, from Costa Rican perspective, we need to talk more about one of the issues that has been lost in time, like ocean. That's why we launched the Immerse in Change, world previous meeting about ocean in Costa Rica next June to talk about sharing experiences on how we can do things differently. So I hope that the Emirates and the rest of us could have a strong delegation in Immersing Change next June in San Jose.
Thank you for that. Do things differently, yes, and that's something to be aware of, that there are different perspectives and different voices when it comes to climate, and how the media is able to lend their space to the different voices is very important. We do feel sometimes, if we think about English language media, that it tends to be less diverse than it needs to be, actually, in terms of sharing that platform with other voices from around the world, whether it be Costa Rica or Serbia or China or anywhere else. And obviously other language media will give a different perspective. It's important to experience all of that. So maybe we can kind of talk a little bit about COP28 now, and I'll ask first Mr. Wang what his thoughts are. In terms of the Chinese media, how will they approach, or how will the Chinese media in this context approach COP28?
Thank you. I just heard my colleague's introduction, and which inspired me a lot. And the minister mentioned that if the government actually the media can play a big role. And also the minister from Costa Rica, and you have one advantage. And 20% of your land used for greenland and for plant diversity. And also you mentioned that in combating climate change, we should not just talk, and we need to implement our action, which is in line with our opinion. Here, I want to talk about and how do we combat the climate change. And there are three forces. First is the government's effort, the government's support, which is very strong in China. President Xi has attached great importance to this, and he pointed out that Earth is a big family and mankind is a community. Climate change is a common challenge faced by all mankind, and mankind should cooperate to deal with it. China has been saying this, and also we has been carrying out actions to address the climate change. So in the last 10 years, and with the unprecedented effort, we have carried out our actions to address climate change and promote ecological civilization constructions. And we have seen historical changes on ecological conservation. This is not just a concept. Actually, all the people can feel it. in 2014, 2015, 2013, every day we wear masks to go to work. However, now in Beijing, and we can see the air quality has improved a lot. And secondly, the demand. And we need our people to get involved. Like you just mentioned, the government calls on the action, but if your people don't do anything, and besides the promotion from the media, we also have very important the local government action, from the province to city and to county and to villages and to town. And so for the villagers, and they are actively involved in the environmental protection. You have heard one mechanism, and we have the accountability mechanism. So for a river, for a branch of a stream, so someone will be responsible for this short piece of river. And also we have someone who is responsible for each mountain. So people are engaged. This is also a very important method and to combat the climate change. And the third, the role of media. And China Daily has done a lot of work. People's Daily has done a lot of work. And we respond to the call of the government. And we live on this earth. And we live on this piece of land. And we should improve our environment. So for People's Daily and also for other media, we feel the responsibility and to report the China's eco-civilization. And also, the media report is not just conveying the message. Actually, the first keynote speech and from His Highness, and he said, the content is important. And the second, journalists need to have proper report. They cannot just copy the news they learned from the website. And for People's Daily and also for other medias, and we need to pay attention to the role of technologies, for example, AI. We have a lot of new technologies. At the same time, we requested our journalists and to go to the root level and to see how people combat the climate change problem. So I myself, as a chief deputy editor-in-chief and also journalist, and we can see the involvement of people, government, and the media. And also, everything should be led by the fact. We use the fact, and usually, and you will get those facts and will be well received and by the people.
Strong sense of responsibility, a strong sense of responsibility in terms of climate change and the story in China with journalists, with media that you're talking about. And that's very positive, given that the government needs the media and the private sector and activists need the media to really take an interest in this story. I wonder in Serbia, is it you advise the president on media, you sit kind of in a position where you can see both sides. What you were saying earlier about the need to get people to be more invested, by that extension, is the media as invested as how Mr. Wang's describing it in China?
Yes, we are trying to educate our media. You were asking about the COP28
Yes.
before. I want to tell you that Serbia is participating on each COP meeting on the highest level, COP 26 in Glasgow. The president himself was leading the high-level delegation. Unfortunately, in Egypt last year, we had some political issues. President had to stay away, but the delegation of Serbia was there. This year, President is coming to Dubai for COP28, and we are bringing the big group of Serbian media to be on the source and to be able to hear by themselves and to see by themselves what are the latest informations about the climate change issues, what are the latest news about the innovations, innovative solutions, so that we can use them to communicate directly to our public, first to our professional, to the scientists, who are later transmitting the messages to the Serbian public. So yes, in a big part, Serbian media are playing the really great role, and I think they're very, very aware of the importance of the matter, but also they're playing a crucial role for the Serbian government as a kind of help tool to transmit the messages from the government, but also from the citizens to the government on their main and major needs.
I mean, is climate change a story that is bigger than politics in Serbia?
It's never bigger than politics. That's unfortunate, but it's becoming second biggest.
Okay.
So, which is great because it was somehow low on the list. Serbia is a country that really likes to be involved in politics. So you have like 6,500,000 presidents, and everybody knows better than the real one, which is not the case only in Serbia, but I guess everywhere. But yeah, but it's becoming very, very important subject, and I think it's the way that we communicate it and that the way we raise the awareness helped the climate change issue to become a very important topic in Serbia.
And I assume it will continue to be even after COP28.
I assume we will even more, yes, because everybody is expecting, especially in these turbulent times that we are now all living in, everybody expects that we will need first to work much closer together. We will need to work really very actively, like my colleague from Costa Rica said, to stop speaking and to take significant actions in trying to get our planet back to where it used to be, I mean, climate-wise, where it used to be a few years ago.
Yes. Jorge, I mean, your position, Minister of Communication, that's an entire sector, and it includes the media, includes the news, but I assume you have to almost be objective, right, in your role. But climate change is almost a story that demands that we cannot be objective. And certainly with Costa Rica, what you were describing earlier of the significance of this. When you at COP28, what are kind of the urgent messages that you think that Costa Rica and its media will be most interested in hearing about?
For Costa Rica, COP28 will be an amazing opportunity to enhance exchanging good practices, actions, concrete actions. We are dealing with the delay of actions since the Paris Agreement. We said we want to do this, but we didn't. So it's time to stop talking and start doing. It's hard to say that, but if we want a future generation in our civilization, it's important that we take that as a part of our moment. This is our time to act. And for example, we need to strengthen the cooperation, for example, with artificial intelligence in climate change and also in cybersecurity to tackle these kind of topics. And for example, we must create tools to enhance people get access to information in this kind of matters. For example, we did it in Costa Rica for the creation of a digital magazine that we launch every Monday at 6 a.m. You must translate it from the Costa Rican name is Que buen brete, good work. But also we did every Wednesday press conference led by the president, speaking with the press by 2 hours, answering questions. Also, we broadcasted a news weekly. We use the social media very segmented. We did TikTok for the youth. We did Facebook for young adults like myself. We did X for the people who want to be updated in the moment, and currently using Instagram to tell the histories about how we can tackle every subject as climate change, security, cybersecurity, and also to enhance people participation in this kind of actions. And also, we launch a very innovative way that is the WhatsApp line of the president, where we reach 1 million people. Costa Rica has 5 million people. We reach 1 million people with this message of the president saying, talking about something especially important for us. So we need to create tools, enhance practices, lose the fear of sharing experiences. If Serbia has something good that Costa Rica could implement, we don't have to be afraid of sharing. And probably that's the most important risk of our generation, to share and to create value together.
I think that's the perfect place to leave this discussion because it's very positive, very optimistic. And as we look ahead to COP28, we hope that everyone will be sharing their experiences and people will be focusing on action, not words. Thank you so much. Please join me in thanking our panel. It's been a fantastic discussion. Thank you so much. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you. نشكر مدير الجلسة والمتحدثين على هذه الجلسة.
I'd like to thank the moderator and the speakers for this rich session. Now, ladies and gentlemen, our honored guests, we are honored to invite Her Highness Sheikh Hasham bin Sultan bin Khalifa Al Nahyan, President and CEO of the UAE Independent Climate Change Accelerators of the UAE, to deliver her keynote address under the title of The Role of Media Outlets in Enhancing Sustainability and Climate Work. Let's welcome her to the stage.
Gentlemen, distinguished guests, what should lead the news? It's a question that editors around the world ask themselves every day. In our digital age of rolling news coverage and social media platforms, this question is in fact asked hundreds of times a day. What should lead the news and why now? This throws up tremendously difficult decisions. There is so much to weigh up on the scales of newsworthiness. What is most recent? Do we have all the facts to report this? How is this relevant to our audience? In a complex world full of great challenges, how does one decide? I do not pretend to be an expert in these choices. and I have the utmost respect for those that make them. As journalists, editors, producers, and content creators, you shed the light on the stories that matter. Stories that stay in people's hearts and minds. Stories that bring about change. There is one story in particular that has consumed my thoughts with every increasing urgency. That's the story of climate change. And I've decided to dedicate my working life to finding solutions for it through the independent climate action organization I founded, the UICCA. This beautiful planet is facing a crisis of exponential proportions. The impact of global warming is by no means limited to our physical surroundings. This is a very real threat to humanity too. For proof, we need to look no further than the emotional, scary scenes of this summer. July was the planet's hottest month in recorded history. Heat deaths, illnesses, and burns rose dramatically. Devastating wildfires burned out of control across Canada, Greece, Hawaii, and many other nations in the Northern Hemisphere. A few months ago, I wrote about the media's response to these events. I was shocked that somehow tourists canceling their summer holidays achieves more headlines than the devastating events we have experienced in the global south last year. When 7 million people were affected by floods in Bangladesh, when one person died every 36 seconds as a result of unrelenting droughts in the Horn of Africa, even over 90% of Iraq's rivers were contaminated, leaving millions unable to access clean water. Tens of millions of climate refugees will be displaced from soon-to-be uninhabitable regions in the coming decades. Yet, this is not reported. And so we come back to the editor's question: what should lead the news? The hurdle facing climate change reporting is its existential nature. It is generally undisputed as a major challenge of our times, but it often seems to fail the why now test in the newsroom. I stand here today to urge you to report on the climate crisis, to cover it with the passion, power, and persuasiveness it deserves. The media has a shared responsibility to tackle this head-on, raising awareness of the catastrophic risk of inaction, educating people about the difference they can make through sustainable choices in their daily lives, holding organizations to account for their climate commitments, and shining a spotlight on the game-changing innovations that could propel us into a net zero future. The media can be a tremendous force for good by addressing climate as a news leading story. Today, I will talk about 3 ways that journalists and content creators can help bring people together and promote climate action. Firstly, the media uphold truth. Demystifying the climate conversation and reporting on the facts is critical to ensuring that public discourse is grounded in real understanding. Engaging in the climate debate can feel inaccessible to some. there is a lot of jargon and use of terminology unfamiliar to all but the most avid climate readers. At the UICCA, we believe there is no reason why the climate conversation shouldn't be open to all, however young or new to it each person may be. To support this, we have developed a climate change glossary that provides a helpful reference document for all those talking or writing about climate change. This is a first edition available for everyone, and we're actively welcoming feedback to enable us to continually evolve it as a living document. I invite you to share your thoughts, because together we can unlock this critical debate, enabling more and more people to sit up, listen, engage, and act. Secondly, as members of the media reporting from the Arab world, it's vital to understand that the stakes are even higher. It is often said that the media can give voice to the voiceless. With this comes a responsibility of maintaining authenticity when offering a platform for these voices. This was one of the core factors driving the establishment of a social enterprise I recently launched called the Climate Tribe, a digital storytelling platform that integrates multimedia formats to inspire climate action. It was important to us that when we shared the story of incredible changemakers, entrepreneurs, and philanthropists from the region and from across the globe, that we were able to do it in their voice and that we were able to shine light on their why. From short documentaries to conversational podcasts, in-depth editorial profiles, and stunning imagery, the content you see on the Climate Tribe isn't just about informing. It's about creating a connection and, more importantly, about building a community. With this region at very real risk of an uninhabitable future, the climate debate is crying out for more perspectives and collective action to be taken. And our geography isn't the only consideration. Women and youth will be disproportionately affected. Much of our work at the UICCA is founded on the belief that communities who will be the most impacted by climate change have an incredibly important role to play, and they must be more empowered in global decision-making. I find it inspiring to think of the incredible potential that is out there. Infinite ideas held within individuals and communities waiting to be unlocked. Collectively, we need to make sure that we inspire and encourage everyone to feel like their ideas are important and impactful, and provide platforms to elevate all voices so that no one and no idea is left behind. Earlier this year, I was honored to participate in a program at the Mohammed bin Zayed University for Artificial Intelligence. The learning experiences I had there made me wonder how generative AI and tech innovations could be used to make the climate conversation more accessible to everyone. That question blossomed into a concept that my team and I on the program worked on. And I'm delighted to announce that concept has now come to life, and we launched today the Climate Call, an interactive new problem-solving platform for anyone to submit climate solutions from across the world. We've launched with 3 key focus areas: food security, water scarcity, and renewable energy. More than 200 young people and university students have already generated over 70 ideas across the 3 challenges. Some are really exciting and creative. From creating eco-communities in the UAE mountains to leveraging the power of blockchain to build fairer and more sustainable food distribution networks. Once an idea has been posted, other users can offer input, share feedback, and vote for the best ideas. It's a collaborative evaluation process, and I'm proud to say that a selection of the highest voted ideas will receive tangible support from Climate Call and the UICCA. That includes funding, connections to mentors and established organizations, and access to global impact forums where they can share their ideas more widely. All of this is designed to accelerate innovation, empowering people to turn their dreams into real impact. Climate Call is open to everyone. We see it as one way for the world to give access to those who normally wouldn't have it. And I'm particularly excited that it offers a new way for young generations who will be most impacted by climate change's devastating effects to tackle these pressing climate challenges. My colleagues, UICCA youth champions, Tara and Zach, will be presenting in detail about Climate Call today, and I invite everyone to attend this session and learn more. Climate Call is derived from our belief at the UICCA that the best ideas can come from anywhere, and by working together, we can create change. This brings me to the third opportunity for the media to take a leading role in addressing the climate crisis, and that's to provide hope. A recent study by the Reuters Institute for the Study of Journalism at Oxford University revealed some alarming news. Young people are actively avoiding news on climate change. In some countries, around 40% of people aged 18 to 44 actively avoid it. Reasons for this include the negative effect it has on a person's mood. People feel worn out by it. 22% of people say they feel there's nothing they can do with the information. This trend is worrying. Young people today will be the most affected by climate change. We will achieve better outcomes if they are informed and are passionate. We cannot escape the truth that the world faces an enormous challenge. But my outlook is positive, and I encourage you to share in this optimism. My hope comes from the creativity, drive, and determination of young people today. And so my commitment is to enable them to succeed. Platforms like Climate Call are one example of this commitment in action. Today, I invite you to make a commitment in return, to champion the stories of the talented entrepreneurs and courageous change makers shaping tomorrow. Our youth are drawing up the green innovations of the future, ideas that will transform our economy as we know it into a thriving, sustainable ecosystem. This crisis is important and warrants media's attention. By uniting and taking collective action, we have the opportunity to transform it into a noteworthy and positive story. Wouldn't you agree? That is a story worth telling. Thank you.
نشكر سمو الشيخة شمة بن سلطان بن خليفة آل نهيان على هذه الكلمة المحفزة.
We thank Her Excellence Sheikha Shamma bin Sultan bin Khalifa Al Nahyan, and now we call on His Excellency Mohammed Al Mullah, the Director General Government of Dubai Media Office, which will be managed, a session which will be managed by Her Excellency Mona Al Mari. We welcome. The floor is yours.
السلام عليكم.
16 days before the launch of the COP28 hosted by Expo Dubai. 2023 is the year of sustainability in the UAE, which under the title of Today for Tomorrow. And because sustainability is a responsibility not specific to a sector, the media sector is also concerned with it. In this session, we will discuss sustainability in media with the Director General of Government of Dubai Media Office, His Excellency. Your Excellency, there are many terms that are familiar which are relevant to sustainability. For example, the green economy. However, green media is quite novel. What does it mean? What does it refer to? Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for this invitation and the UAE and the Emirates News Agency for this organization. As you may already know, the media sector is a strategic partner for all the initiatives. So the green media term is, in my view, a novel term. Its definition is the environmental processing for the media processing for environmental issues. So the role of green media is in educating and encouraging audiences to engage in sustainability and increasing overall awareness about sustainability. Talking about sustainability, the UAE has presented itself a role model in future foresight and relying on clean energy in various disciplines. How was and media is still a partner in this endeavor, and we are at the COP28. Allow me just to go back and retell the story, because the media is a message. It's about how we communicate our national agenda is what gets the confidence of the people. So if we go back to 1989, so it started under the supervision of our wise leadership. It's not really a new thing. It's more than 35 years old. In 1989, the Montreal Protocol on the ozone erosion material was signed. In 1995, another agreement regards the world action for global action on climate change. In 2005, the UAE also signed up in the Kyoto Convention in regards to emission, and 10 years later, the UAE entered into the Paris Agreement. In 2023, under the directives of His Highness, the President of the UAE, it was announced that 2023 is the year of sustainability. So following this storyline, this is just, of course, titles. I'm not going into details. The country, the UAE, in part and parcel of its national agenda is to promote to this particular theme. So once, the first thing, the very hosting of COP28 is a testament to the long-term support for the climate agenda and action, in addition to the world's confidence in the UAE to manage and liaise across states in this particular topic. This is in regards to policy. On the ground, of course, it is cascaded on the ground, and we can see that in the UAE, in the Mohammed bin Rashid solar energy complex, the biggest in the world, Dubai has an agenda for clean Dubai by 2030, that 75% of Dubai will be dependent on clean energy. So this is a huge and aspiring target. In Abu Dhabi, the Master City, one of the biggest global supporters for sustainability and the sector, the renewable energy sector in general. So the policies are aligned with on-the-ground initiatives, and as media agencies, we cope with this. Our role is to highlight this narrative in a way that either local or foreign recipients would feel the immense effort that is placed nationally on this topic. Today, the risk by the environment agencies and the UN is critical, and environmental action, global action, is crucial. What is the role of media in doing this? We will say the media is part of crafting the future, because these topics will not be complemented without the media support. Our responsibility is to promote those storylines and positively contextualize this global action, because it requires proper drafting for policymakers, for investors, because you rightly mentioned the green media and the sustainable media and the sustainable economy, sustainable tourism. So the world today is somewhat of an integrated ecosystem, all of which is focused on the continuity of sustainability and preserving environment. So modern media, how did modern media contribute to becoming a part of sustainable development? For example, technologically, or the messaging, how is the messaging different from it was to cope with the new developments in sustainability? Human development goes without saying. So if we focus on the media and how we coped with it, first of all, the visual narrative and the storytelling style. Today, we have tools, new tools for storytelling. For example, documentaries. I recall there have been documentaries that have impacted global issues. There's a Leonardo DiCaprio, Before the Flood, for example, Our Planet, many films. As audiences, we have been touched by it, and it appealed to us. And the media sector was successful in placing the recipients at the heart of the issue. So you become more involved in an entertaining way, but also influential way. And it made you part of the problem and the solution. So it developed that sense of ownership, and it taught us how we can come up with a solution. In addition to, of course, the pace of communication, the viralness of the social media has become very influential. So the media has an accessibility not just to the ears, but the hearts of recipients, and not only recipients, but also policymakers who are always busy and leading hectic lives. So you need that quick and easy access to them. In general, in sustainability, on an annual basis, we have the July Bottle Free, some sort of an initiative. It's a global initiative that we are committed to promote, and it is a good initiative. In addition, in the UAE, we have additional initiatives that are built upon this initiative in our own municipalities. In Dubai, I think I recall an initiative called Dubai Initiate. The statistics is that we have 450 plastic bottles per person. I can't recall the exact figure, but anyway, it's a large number. And the initiative was to redistribute or distribute the multiple-use and environment-friendly bottles. So what we do is that we take those international initiatives and scale them across depending on our contextualized setting. There's also the Share a Meal initiative. I'm sure many of you have heard of it through the UNICEF. In addition to this global initiative, this has been cascaded but on a more upscaled level, which is the 1 billion meal initiative. So it was 1 million on the global level, and locally it was scaled up to 1 billion. It is not really strange for us because this had started 40 years ago, but today it's on an individual level. It's a mindset, not just Emiratis, by the way. It spreads across residents, visitors. The idea of respect, sustainability, protection of resources, all of these are a plethora of priorities that align the way we work together. So let's go back to media and its success and its effective role in spreading this culture. As I said earlier, media is messaging. The way we draft, the way we narrate, we storytell. Who inspired this to the world? As media agencies and our media partners and even the guests, all of these are tools. Available tools. It's a toolkit. It's an integrated toolkit that we have, but we use people as tools, of course, with credibility, authenticity, and sometimes even smartly, because some people add further layers of credibility, because regardless of how much I try to represent the UAE, I could be perceived as a little bit biased. So you need the other perspective. You need the other to narrate on your behalf. Let's talk frankly. The media institutions are always also, like any other organization, profit-driven. And most of these media campaigns do not generate any revenue. It's part of the social corporate responsibility of the media agencies. How is this trade-off done? That's a really difficult question.
يعني هاي اقول لك اياها بالانجليزي يسمونها catch 22.
So we invest. It's really the chicken and egg thing. So do we invest to get the revenue, or we get revenues to invest? Statistically speaking, and that's not me. That's the UN. The temperature, the Earth temperature, has risen by 1.1 compared to previous centuries. The emission percentage is, if we add that, it's going to be 4.4. So the implications are catastrophic on sustainability. The bill of refrigeration is 140 billion dirhams. So by 2030, so 5 or 6 years from now, the bill will reach $300 billion. So the economic implications are massive. Added to the social, political, security. So if there's no sustainability ecosystem, there will be further implications. From a positive view, so this is perhaps the negative implications what I had just taken through for neglecting this file. But from a positive perspective in managing this issue and this topic. These statistics, again, UN statistics, if we manage to double the quantities of renewable energy, this will save the global economy around $2 to $4 trillion. In addition to creating new jobs, our sustainability and Earth sustainability. So there are good economic dimensions that I think nationally we have demonstrated to the world that this topic does not require that massive support. It requires a spread of culture. Of course, financial support is available, and there are many financing companies that handle that. Another example in Dubai, the Warsan Waste Center is transformed into the biggest and most efficient center for waste transformation into energy with 400 billion dirhams. So the country, the UAE, is taking very bold steps. And not just across the Emirates, all the municipalities are taking immense efforts. And this is why I take you back to the world and the global confidence to host influential events such as COP28 for decades to come. It's not just localized. It has global implications on employment, changing states' strategy, on sustainability policies, even on food security. I want to ask you a bit about the media institutions. So there were controversy around the paper or the newspapers, that the transformation to digital, and this was one of the positives of which is that it had served the environment. Now, televised media, in regards to production of programs, all the means used to create certain content on the account of sustainability compared to modern media in program production. Is there a real risk on TV programs in that regard? First, you're talking about paper, printing, print media. Every ton of paper, 17 trees need to be used. So it's almost a big garden in your house. What's positive about this is that the print ratio, global print ratio, is declining, and most media had turned or transformed digital. This has increased accessibility. Now, in regards to reach and outreach to audiences, I see all of these as global media, whether they're print, electronic, TV, social media. They are all global. And the cost overall, because in general, technology has become cheaper. People have become more efficient. And we're starting to utilize AI to reduce a large part of burden on the institutions. So which means that we need to cope and align the way in which we reach our audiences. It's no longer a one-way communication. Our recipients are demanding when, and they would want to be co-creators and co-decision makers. This was not the case before. So these are there in the UAE or across the world, and this is one of the challenges we're facing in the media sector. Talking about challenges, the key challenges, and let's talk about the joint concerns. Through exchanging local the concerns locally amongst the media agencies. How could this be done to better manage the sustainability? I think sustainability is not relevant to a certain entity. We've talked about green economy, environmental sustainability, media, tourism. So it is a joint dossier because it's critical that impacts our existentialism and also our stability. And the best way to spread culture is through the media hubs. So we have this social responsibility and of course, the alignment of efforts. And precisely in the UAE, we're quite fortunate. The biggest media hub in the world, without exaggeration, is in the UAE in terms of course, geographics. So if you look at the media zones, 2454, or even our institutions, Dubai Media City, and the studios. So it's a vast number of partners as well in the region. So the messaging and the communication is a lot easier, but we need to be creative in our narration style. This is the game changer. It's about creativity, not the means. Let's talk about the eyes. So these are the internal eyes, not just the cameras that are that are focusing on the UAE, and which is leading and hosting a lot of global summits. Thank you, Your Excellency Mohammed Al Molladi, the CEO of Dubai Media. Thank you very much for being with us. We thank His Excellency Mohammed Al Molla for this session and the MC as well. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we call on Ms. Samar Al Hamidi, VP of Sustainability and ESG at ADNOC Group, to share the presentation under the title Progressing Towards Zero Emissions. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum jami'an. It's a pleasure to be part of this platform today and share ADNOC's journey on its sustainability strategy, as well as our commitment to our net zero goals. Allow me to start by putting a context of ADNOC's commitment to delivering on our sustainability strategy, which cuts across our environmental, social, and economic commitment and reinforces the role we play as a responsible oil and gas and energy producer in supporting the UAE's ambition, driving economic growth in the country, and supporting our national commitments. Our sustainability strategy cuts across our pillars of environment, where we have commitments in terms of reducing our greenhouse gas emissions, giving back to the environment through our conservation efforts, driving economic and social contribution in the country, as well as supporting empowerment of females in our workforce. This also extends to ensuring that at the heart of what we do is a commitment to keep our assets and our people safe from harm across our operations. And fundamentally, this drives the sustainability of our business and ensuring that we incorporate ESG strategies and commitments as part of our business model. At the heart of our sustainability strategy is a commitment to achieve net zero by 2045, an accelerated target in support of the UAE's ambition to achieve net zero by 2050. Our commitment to decarbonization is anchored on 4 key pillars. On decarbonizing our operations, where we are investing in solutions to reduce the greenhouse gas intensity across our value chain. It's about growing and investing in low-carbon solutions that not only reinforce our role as a responsible energy producer, but also in supporting our customers globally in achieving their own decarbonization goals. Our business model is fundamentally based on a model of partnership and collaboration with partners and technology providers, and this forms a key pillar in leveraging that partnership, those capabilities, to drive implementation and deployment of low-carbon solutions and technologies in support of our decarbonization roadmap. In July of this year, we have proudly published our first Advancing Towards Net Zero goals. As part of that publication, we've accelerated our commitments and targets, very much based on the strong achievement and the strong performance that ADNOC has delivered over the past few decades. We enjoy one of the least carbon-intensive barrels globally at 7 kilograms of CO2 per barrel of oil equivalent. We've invested in our clean energy supply across our onshore operations, achieving 5.2 million tons of CO2 reductions in 2022 alone. This is based on a landmark agreement that we have with one of our local partners, the Emirates Water and Electricity Company, that has enabled this achievement of significant impact in 1 year. We've also announced an initial allocation of $15 billion to support our decarbonization journey, as well as investment in our low-carbon solutions. We have committed to near zero methane in alignment with our industry partners and in support of the UAE's global methane pledge. We have doubled our commitment to carbon capture from 5 million tons to 10 million tons of CO2 by 2030, and we've accelerated our ambition from net zero by 2050 to net zero by 2045. At the heart of our decarbonization strategy, we're looking at multiple levers of action and decarbonization, looking at energy efficiency opportunities, driving operational excellence across our assets. We're also electrifying our onshore operations and have a magnificent investment in decarbonizing and electrifying our offshore operations, which amount to $3.8 billion by 2026. We're also investing in flare reduction. This is in support of the UAE's competitive position today of having one of the least flaring intensity globally from an energy-producing country, as well as our investment in carbon capture capacity and storage, and looking at opportunities to utilize different fuel blends to support our decarbonization activities. Across all of our transformation enablers, we've already achieved and delivered key milestones in terms of our emission reductions. We're looking at energy efficiency of 15% reductions over the last few years, and a commitment for an additional 5% by 2025. We already enjoy one of the least upstream methane intensities in the industry and amongst our peer group, and continue to explore opportunities for flaring reduction to achieve a target of less than 0.15% by 2025. In terms of flaring, we have established our zero routine flaring policy in the 2000s, decades before the World Bank Zero Routine Flaring Initiative was implemented. Since 2022, we have 100% of our grid power sourced from clean energy sources, leveraging our agreement with the Emirates Water and Electricity Company. We're investing in electrifying our offshore operations through that agreement, as well as an investment of $3.8 billion to build an infrastructure that connects our offshore operations to the grid. ADNOC and the UAE has established the first commercial scale facility back in 2016 that captures around 800,000 tons per year. That's a capture capacity, and we are working towards increasing that to 10 million tons of carbon capture capacity by 2030. We've already initiated 2 major projects in support of that ambition, with a target of 3 million tons of carbon capture capacity by 2030 as well. We're not only decarbonizing our operations, but we're also investing in low-carbon solutions. We recognize the role we play in the energy transition, our role in being a low-cost, low-carbon provider of energy to our customers and to our partners across the globe. To that end, we have invested in Masdar to support doubling the capacity of renewables to 100 gigawatts by 2030. We're also increasing our capacity to produce green and blue hydrogen through multiple partnerships. We're exploring multiple technologies and R&D investments to look at key solutions that will help us deliver not only on our 2030 target, but our 2045 ambition as well. And I'd like to leave you with this final message. Our commitments and our investments and our efforts to decarbonize our value chain, to reduce our greenhouse gas intensity, to contribute to the UAE's sustainability agenda is not a new endeavor for ADNOC. This is leveraging decades of initiatives, of investments, of commitment to help us reduce our carbon intensity, conserve the environment, as well as work towards the economic development of the nation. Our efforts go back to 1971 with an implementation of key policy in 2000s of zero routine flaring. We have established the region's first commercial scale facility back in 2016 and signed up multiple agreements and multiple initiatives that will help us drive those investments and drive those commitments to achieve our net zero commitment by 2045. Thank you.
We thank Her Excellency Samar Al-Hamidi for this interesting presentation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we move to a panel discussion under the title, The Role of Think Tanks and Research on Dealing with the Impacts of Climate Change, will be engaged by the following panelists. Dr. Benjamin Kashour, Professor in Managing Public Affairs and the Director of Environment and Sustainability Center in Singapore. Professor Dr. Dilip Minoon, the Professor of History in the International Relations in Witoto-Strand University and the founder and director of the Indian Strategic Studies in South Africa. Mr. Pedro Harting, the CEO at Alana Foundation in Brazil. This session will be moderated by Dr. Ibtisam Al-Taneji, the Director of Community Service Sector in the ECSSR. Dear panelists, the floor is yours.
زميلتي أميرة أنا بشكرك كثير. دكتور ابتسام لن تدير الجلسة.
I will moderate this session. Thank you very much. The session will be in English, and I will start.
Us today. We are gathered here to explore a crucial topic, the role of think tanks in advancing the climate debate and driving impactful action. We will try during this discussion to not just analyze, but inspire, to not debate, but collaborate. And if you're asking me why, because our collective efforts and insights shared here have the potential to shape the path of climate action. Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to be joined today by a distinguished group of experts who bring a lot of knowledge and experience to our discussion. And please join me in welcoming Anthony Frogat, Senior Research Fellow and Deputy Director, Environment and Society Center from the Royal Institute of International Affairs, Chatham House. He is with us virtually. Pedro Harting, Executive Director, Alana's Foundation from Brazil. Welcome, Pedro.
Thank you.
Dilip Menon, Professor of History in International Relations Department at the University of Witwatersrand from the South Africa. Welcome with us today. And Dr. Ibtisam Al-Taneji, Director of Community Service Division from the Emirates Center for Strategic Studies and Research, the ECSSR, thank you for being with us today. Do you want me to sit this side? So, first of all, I want to start with you, Anthony. How do think tanks actively contribute to shaping the discourse around climate change? What unique perspectives do they bring to the table, and how do they accelerate action?
Well, thank you very much for the invitation to speak. I'm sorry I can't be there in person, but hopefully I'll meet many of you in a couple of weeks at COP28. Yeah, I mean, I think firstly, maybe it's important to note the significant differences within think tanks. I mean, there are think tanks that are specifically around environment, think tanks that are around energy. Chatham House is a foreign affairs think tank, so we work across a whole range of different issues and have regional specialists, but also subject specialists like myself who work on environment issues. So I believe that gives us a unique opportunity in terms of to try to bring together the complexity of issues, in particular around climate change. We know that it is a global issue. We know that it affects all elements of society, all elements of economy. So trying to understand the complexities, I think, is is fundamentally important. And I think that is a role that think tanks can play. And maybe the other thing that I would say that is absolutely crucial, and I think in particular for international think tanks around climate change, is trying to encourage the collaboration that you talked about in your introduction to inspire. Exactly. Is really important. And so bringing together experts, governments, academics from different parts of the world to understand the challenges that we're facing, but also I think so important today is to understand how the solutions can be put in place, be that from a technological perspective or be that from a policies and measures perspective. We need to learn from each other. There isn't time for everyone to reinvent and relearn how we move forward. So I think that collaboration and international collaboration is a really fundamental role for think tanks.
We need to learn from each other. That's it. This is the rule, I think. Alana Foundation's plan is to ensure climate justice, Pedro, for children. I want to ask, how do think tanks are contributing to the acceleration of this plan?
So, first of all, it's an honor to be here with you all. And Alana is an ecosystem of impact organizations. So we have the foundation, which is our philanthropic arm, but we also have our think tank in Brazil, which we prefer to call it Think and Do Tank, because it's, as stated,
think and do.
Exactly. We need to think, we need to gather data, information, but also convey these informations to rapid solutions that we need right now. And to talk about children for us is not just a lens, or even a strategic way to convey information about climate crisis, biodiversity loss, is an imperative way, because children, they are the most impacted by climate crisis. They are the ones suffering most. 10 million of children already migrated because of the climate hazards. 50% of children in the world, they live in areas impacted by the extreme events, and almost 90% of people with diseases related to climate change are children up to 5 years old. So it's an imperative that we need to tackle intersectionally the topics around climate crisis throughout the children's lenses. And how to put children in the center of climate negotiations is our most important task right now, not just here with the COP that we are heading this year here in UAE, but also in Brazil, where we'll have the COP in 2 years. So it's imperative that we need to work together to have this overarching arc, to bring children, to invite them and to welcome them, because they are the most vulnerable ones in this discussion.
We will talk more about your projects, Pedro, later on. But Professor Dilip, I'm really so happy to have you on this panel as well. As a professor of history, what role do think tanks play in shaping global strategies and agreements to address environmental challenges on an international scale?
Thank you, Chantal, and it's
It's a pleasure to be here with Anthony, Pedro, and Ebtisam. I think what Anthony spoke about kinds of think tanks, and I think coming from a university, one of the things that we do is to try and think about producing new knowledge for a new generation at a time of great urgency, which is that of climate change. And coming from the university, I think we are very concerned with words, the words that we use. Because the words that we use are the ones that determine the questions that we ask and how we solve the problems. So for example, when we think about the difference between words like earth, globe, planet, right? The earth is something that we see as something that we have inherited to exploit, to subordinate, to utilize. When you think about the globe is something that human beings have created nations out of, have partitioned. And then you think about the planet, and the planet is something that is much larger than the human. It is the planet that is in a crisis that we need to understand and we need to work with. So how do we think about a planetary consciousness rather than merely a global consciousness? Which leads us to the question of the difference between words like sustainability and habitability. Sustainability means the optimal use of the environment so that we can continue doing what we are doing, business as usual. Whereas when we think about habitability, we have the responsibility of creating a planet in which not only us, but animals, plants, insects, everything thrives, right? It's not about the optimal, it's about the utopian. And so the final thing is about thinking about intelligence, right? Central to our understanding of the world is the human. The world has been created for us. And we think about artificial intelligence, of course, but how do we think about non-human intelligence, right? And so just one example, and I'll stop. In California, you have the white cypress trees, which over 30 years have moved over 100 kilometers. The trees have migrated as a result of human irresponsibility and destruction of the environment. So there is an intelligence at work there that realizes that the world is changing and it has to adapt. So I think words are crucial. We need to
this
think.
is just one example of what's really happening. Dr. Ebtisam, how do you perceive the collective contribution of think tanks globally in coordinating responses to climate change? Or in what ways do these institutions enhance international collaboration to address the challenges of a changing climate?
Good afternoon. It's great to be with you all here. Back to your question, Chantal, I believe think tanks are well positioned to address climate change because of their role as a catalyst to mobilize climate action. Think tanks not only conduct independent and in-depth analysis and provide strategic insights to policymakers, but they do play a bigger role. And this is why I always believe that being in a think tank is totally different than coming from academia. Academia is about conducting research, but think tanks provide the hub and the platform. As Anthony said here, think tanks act as a hub to bring policymakers, government officials, to bring academics, to bring researchers, as well as the industry to the conversation. And from here, we see that our efforts is more coordinated, that we're not only focusing on national policy and local realities, but we're addressing it at an international level. And think tanks always act as a track to diplomacy. And then the outcome of these discussions and the outcomes of these hubs serve as policy briefs and policy recommendation to move our policy conversation forward.
Honestly, beyond data and policy making, think tanks play an important role in innovative communication strategies today related to climate change and in different ways. Here maybe I can say through storytelling, through visual communication, digital platforms today. And here I want to ask Anthony with us today. In the age of misinformation, Anthony, what role think tanks can play in providing independent analysis to policymakers and the public as well, through public outreach, through media outlets?
Yeah, I mean, as you said, I think that there's a number of avenues that think tanks can choose in terms of putting out communication. For me, the most important thing, and is about trust, is what we see across, in particular, climate change, but it is a divisive issue, it's a contested issue by some people. So the idea of having a trusted voice amongst this debate, I think is absolutely crucial. So having that trust, having a independent voice can help within the whole range of discussions that are taking place. And in order to have that, you need to build up a reputation. And I think you also need to have transparency. It is important for think tanks in general to be saying, this is who we are, this is where we get our funding from, this is why we are independent, and this is why you can trust what we're saying. So there's a number of steps that need to be put in place to build up and maintain that trust. I think the final thing that I'd like to say is about the convening. As we've talked about, the role, at least from my perspective, the role of think tanks is to look at bringing different parties together. And I don't know if people have heard of the Chatham House Rule. Chatham House was founded after the First World War, and it was founded by the diplomats who came back from the Paris Peace Conference. And they said, we believe that there needs to be a space in which people from different governments can come together and have a confidential conversation in order to help bring together mutual understanding. But what is important is the rule is not that it's a confidential conversation, but that individuals within that meeting are allowed to and are encouraged to take the information that they've learned and spread that out to other people without compromising the confidentiality of the discussion. So you can't say who discussed or who was in the meeting or who said what. But I do think that that's a really important role that we have to play, is both enabling the conversations in a frank and open way, but also it's not a closed conversation. It involves communicating that to other people. And I think that's what's really important in the current time, given, as you talked about, the degree of misinformation that exists. People need to have a trusted source and an insightful source that is willing then to talk about the problems that they're facing.
Having trust and having independent voice and bringing different parties together. Thank you, Anthony. Really, this is what we really need, exactly. I worked on a program called Our Planet Show for 3 years, talking about environmental issues and problems facing our planet. And this is what I found at the end, because if we're talking in a high voice, in a higher voice maybe, we can reach what we really need. I want to ask about the foundation, Pedro, as well. Tell us about Alana's foundation. What are the communication strategies you implemented to reach the intended audience? I've heard mention of documentaries Alana's foundation produced.
Exactly. I totally agree with Anthony that we need trust and reliable data and to convey the important message that we need to. But also we need to explore different formats. Because who will read our policy paper? So we need to have different formats, ideas, and ways to connect with people's dreams and how people behave in the end, adapting research on behavioral economics to really get to people, to really reach people differently. And that's why we created inside our ecosystem of organizations a movie producer. So we initiated with documentaries and bringing different ways to convey climate discussions, children's protection discussions. We created a documentary right now in Netflix called The Beginning of Life, 1 and 2, and the second one about the importance of relationship between children and nature. But we also shifted to fictional series and how to bring to people through entertainment the important message that we have. We always use this phrase, we want to heat the broccoli inside the popcorn, so people can eat the popcorn that they like, the entertainment that they like, but also with quality, reliable data, so they can see the importance of the topics. That's why we created this movie producer, and now we are investing in different productions, like Esperanza, that we want to release about the oceans and the importance of the oceans to our planet. But it is a fictional series about a boat and a team crew that goes around the globe
Wow.
tackling different challenges to connect with young
Pedro,
people,
sorry
millennial.
for asking. Do you think you succeed or not yet?
For sure. I think people actually want to change things.
Mhm.
We just need to ignite the power and to bring them the tools and resources to solutions. This is the most important things about behavior economics. A good professor of mine, Cass Sustin, wrote a book called Nudge, and he understood that to mobilize people, we don't need to use the crisis framework. We need to use the solutions framework.
Exactly.
People need to see their future. They need to dream about a better future. We just have dystopia in movies, in series, but we need to have other world possible. We need to inspire people to change things in their reality and also in our planet reality.
We need to find ways to be close to them.
Exactly.
I think this is the secret. Dr. Dilip, how does knowledge of history and past global international relationships help think tanks today in creating more effective messages about climate change?
Actually, this is a very important question also because the social sciences and humanities have remained fairly conventional, in the sense of studying the past, patterns of the past and so on. And now we are faced with a new challenge, that of climate warming, something that we have not experienced before. As Elizabeth Colbert has spoken about the sixth extinction that awaits us. So I think we have to address this question of a certain kind of disjuncture between what is happening in the world and what we study. And this is indeed what requires us to have a shift. Now, how do we make this shift? And that goes back to this question of the information that's available to us. Because there's a lot of there's an enormous range of media, which means that it's become like a hydra, right? You have multiple sources of misinformation available to you. Earlier, you had multiple sources of information. So the question here is, how do we put information out there that is not only correct, but is also interesting and entertaining? And that's where I think the academics play a role and can play a role, and academic think tanks can play a role, where we have the facility to read all of this new literature, but we have to put it out in ways that are interesting, informative, entertaining. For me, David Attenborough and the work that he's been doing over the last 60 years is the perfect coming together of academic knowledge and something that appeals even to the child in the room. So I think that's the role that I see for historians, not only to combat misinformation, but also to generate content where they're able to put together all of this abstruse information into videos, into lectures, which speak to people. And this is what COVID helped me to do. 2 years sitting at home. The blessing was that I was able to read, and I put out a whole lot of videos on YouTube, which was related to ocean, the climate change, to the rising of the oceanic waters. How do we think with art? How do we think with opera, and so on? So I think we need to be out there and not just be thinking about misinformation, but thinking about new information and entertaining information.
And we live in a new era today.
Yes.
In the age of digital media, Dr. Ibtisam, how think tanks adapted their communication strategies to ensure their analysis, let's say it this way, is engaging and, the most important thing, accessible?
I will catch it from your question, Chantal. I would say the key word here is to be adaptive.
Yeah.
And for us as think tanks to be relevant and for analysis to be read and heard, we need to adapt our communication strategies. I would say proudly at ECSSR, we have our own creative hub where we curate and convey our messages in a totally different way. Gone are the days where it used to be, or think tanks were famous for research it, write it, they will find it. I believe we have to reach out to policymakers these days. We have to reach to a wider audience. And this couldn't be done without adapting our communication strategies, coming up with the new programs. I can recall a few initiatives that we launched at ECSSR in the past year, and even We even adopted our media behavior, I would say, in the past 2 months. So we launched this initiative between academics and think tanks and the general audience, where we are oversimplifying science, especially when it comes to climate change. As easy and as simple as talking about COP. What is COP, right? What do we mean by climate change? What do we mean by loss and damage? All of these need to be communicated and oversimplified to our audience. And for our analysis, we launch, our attention span is decreasing on a daily basis. And believe me, I am speaking of an experience where I cannot watch a video because of TikTok. We're so used to 60 seconds. And I would say this is what we're doing now at ECSSR. We launched something called Insight, and it's less than 60 seconds, and it just like tells you the brief or the essence of the message itself.
You found it.
Yes.
This is the way as well we shifted in our program. We started to talk about climate topics for 30 minutes, and then we shifted to talk about these topics in just 2 minutes each. And this was the secret. And you told me now, Dr. Ibtisam, before going on stage, she told me we need you as media. Let's talk about this synergy here between think tanks and media. Anthony, how can think tanks effectively collaborate with media outlets to strike a balance between making research accessible to the public while ensuring the accuracy of the information presented?
It's a very good point. And I really take on board the need for us all to look at how we communicate and the changing media environment that society takes up information, the TikTok generation, the Twitter, etc. And I think we all need to be aware of that. But I also see, in terms of think tanks, we are in a luxurious position, I think, to also be able to take a step back and be trying to look ahead and saying, okay, we're looking at the complexities of the world. We're looking at how technologies are developing. We're seeing how climate science is evolving. And in light of that, we need to be trying to think ahead 5, 10 years about some of the issues that will become much more front and center. So it's that forward-looking approach that I think think tanks have an important role to play. And if I can give an example, prior to the Paris COP, we were fortunate enough to get a grant to look at the role of the meat and dairy industry on climate change. And we looked at that in China, in Brazil, in the UK, and in the United States. And it was an issue that wasn't within the discourse in the public. It wasn't in the discourse within the climate negotiations. But in some ways, we were fortunate that a funder had the foresight to say, actually, this is an issue that will become more important. And 10 years later, we see that it is, that the issue about land use and diet is an important issue. So I think in summary, I'd say we have an important role to be able to react, to communicate, to succinctly put our message so that we don't lose the honesty of it and the accuracy of it, but also to be able to take a longer term view and say, actually, looking ahead, these are the crucial issues from a scientific or a geopolitical or a political perspective.
This is important, and I found in all the answers of Anthony that we need to. I will go back at the end of this session just to mention what we need to work on, and this is very important for our next step. Pedro, to what extent does Alana Foundation rely on collaboration with the media to accomplish its objectives?
Collaborations is in the center of all our initiatives. I was thinking about what we should do in the sense of connecting think tanks with also media. And the most important thing is collaboration. It's like this panel here. We have people from different backgrounds joining together to discuss something. In the movie producing world, we have something called writer's room.
Yeah.
When we gather everyone with different perspectives to write together the script. So we need to do that when we talk about climate crisis, environmental crisis, loss of biodiversity crisis. We need to gather academics. We need actually a tank full of thinkers, doers, media specialists, good presenters and mediators, good people from philanthropy, all of people that we need to get in the same room to discuss the script that we need to use to convey better the information. I think this is the most important thing that we do in Alana. In Brazil, for an example, a good example, we created a fictional series called Aruanas, which is about activists in Amazonas, climate actually defenders, indigenous peoples defenders in Amazonia, which is the biggest rainforest in our world. And we managed to create a writer's room full of people engaging differently with the same topic, bringing different perspectives and creating a very good entertainment content, but also with reliable data, reliable information, and possible solutions to bring people together and to solve the crisis we are facing.
Do you agree, Professor Dilip? How can the collaboration between think tanks and media outlets enhance public understanding, encourage awareness, and contribute to meaningful discussions on current issues? Today, we're talking about climate change.
It's nice to be on a panel where all of us are in agreement with each other, which is the first thing. When I think about the question of the media, I think, of course, there are people like you who speak directly to a large section of the population, informing them. And we can think about journalism, television, radio, and so on and so forth. But when we think about media, we also need to think about other forms of media, like musicians, artists, people who work with their hands, and so who work with other mediums, as it were. So how do we then engage with think tanks, begin to engage with this vast production that is happening out there? Because artists have been at the forefront of understanding global warming. You think about the amount of art. I mean, think about the fundamental image that's summoned up for our children of the polar bear on a melting ice cap, right? Those are the images that speak 1,000 words. You could write books and books, but it's an artist who's able to capture in an image, a musician who's able to capture in a note the crisis that we are facing. So I think that's the kind of broadening of the idea of the media that I think think tanks need to do. So over COVID, one of the things that our center did was to collaborate with musicians, poets, and artists to produce an opera about an animal transported across the ocean, trying to think about the atmosphere, think about the animal, and to think beyond the human, which I think is something that we really need to think about when we think about the planet and the question of habitability. How are we going to live all together on this planet and not just us speaking to each other?
So we have to create stories.
Yes, exactly.
This is important as well. Dr. Ibtisam, the way forward, how do you envision the evolving role of think tanks and media in the ongoing climate debates? And what opportunities for collaboration do you see emerging?
This is such a hard question, especially when we speak about the evolving role of think tanks and media. But for me, I always see ourselves competing with each other instead of collaborating. And I would invite everyone sitting in the audience today to come together to collaborate while embracing our competitive edge, either as a think tank or media. I would say in the past, the way I used to look at the media as a medium to disseminate knowledge and to disseminate the analysis of think tanks. But now I do see the world or the role of media and think tanks evolving in a very different way or taking a different shape. We need to include media in our think tank labs, in our conversation, for them to move the policy process forward. Because as you said, Chantel, we exchanged this brief conversation before coming to the stage, and you said, Ibtisam, we need you. And I told you, we need each other. But how do we need each other?
What is missing, Ibtisam? This is what we really need as a television, as a presenter, as a journalist. What is missing? We need to fix this.
I would say sometimes we have this disconnect that everyone is playing their own role without complementing each other. I would say we need to work along with each other, and this is the key word, and leave it with the audience here.
Honestly, we need trust. We need independent voices. We need to bring different parties together. We need to have formats to reach people differently. We need this shift early. We have to be adaptive. We have to simplify science. We need to react, to communicate, and to collaborate. This is too much for this session. What do you think? Very fast. Anthony, last comment.
I think you've summed it up amazingly. And I think finishing on the collaboration point is crucial because in particular, I mean, that's true across lots of issues, but climate change, it is at the heart of it. We know that different countries are at different starting points, but we know that many of the solutions are the same. So collaboration will help us speed up the transition.
Pedro.
We need good stories, inspirational stories, to reach people differently and to convey information, hard science information, very important data differently through good stories, through media, entertainment, and changing the way we consume information and also entertainment. So we need very good stories from a collective good writers in the same room.
Professor Dilip.
I think we need new questions because we are faced with new problems. So I'll end with the words of the German philosopher Immanuel Kant. He posed 3 questions for us. What can I know? What should I do? And what can I hope for?
Wow.
And I think these are the ways in which we can organize our knowledge as we stand at the edge of the precipice.
Dr. Ifisam.
I would say we need capacity building to curate these messages and convey these stories to a larger audience.
Wow. That concludes our panel discussion today. Thanks to our esteemed panelists for sharing your invaluable insights. And thank you all for attending our panel. Let's continue to explore and let's continue to inspire positive change all together. Have a lovely day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pedro.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
So thank you very much for our distinguished guests who just presented us with an insightful and very great presentation. Thank you very much, guys. So moving forward with our programming, now I would like to invite to the stage Professor Charlie Beckett, Professor of Practice, Director of Policy, and the Policy of LSE, the London School of Economics, in Journalism AI project. He will conduct a presentation on his research on AI. Professor, please come to the stage. Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Is this microphone working? Yes, it is. Beautiful. Thank you very much. Is the microphone working there? Thank you. I don't think it's working there. It needs to be working. So I'm going to be talking to you about the work I'm doing at the London Economics and a why does this matter? Why do we care about journalism and AI? Well, notice that there's a lot of misinformation and disinformation, propaganda and hate speech out there. And a lot of it is being generated deliberately by people to influence the politics of other countries. And this year, a whole series of elections come, some very, very critical, important elections. And one of the big fears is that they are going to be drowned by waves of so-called fake news. That we think about the way that journalism can provide reliable information to make good decisions. I used to be a journalist for 20, 25 years, and during that time there were huge changes in was created. There was the introduction of digital tools, and then of course the internet comes along towards the end of the 20th century. And since then, since I joined the LSE in 2005, we've all witnessed the explosion of social media, and that has had a profound impact on our lives, but especially on the way that journalism is produced and the way that it is consumed. And it years ago that the next wave of technological change would be artificial intelligence. So that's why I set up this project, a global project, AI. Oh, come on. Whenever you lecture about technology, the technology always goes wrong. And this is this project I've set up, Journalism AI. It's a global project, and it seeks to help newsrooms around the world to use AI responsibly. In courses, we provide information resources, we work with journalists who want to experiment with AI to solve particular challenges. We run various courses, like we run an academy for small newsrooms, for example. And every year we have an online festival, which is going to happen in the first week of December, when we showcase all the work we've done. So that's where I get my information. It's by working with newsrooms on AI. And they've told us that AI can, in ways, it can help with news gathering, help you to comb through social media. It can help with news production. It can help with news distribution. And here are some examples. And this is quite an old example from Reuters, where they use AI to sift through social media to find stories, to alert them to breaking news. Here's another example from Swedish Radio, who are very clever at using AI. They built a recommendation system for their journalists, not their audience, but their journalists. On a particular story, they would get materials and sources recommended to them. This microphone is terrible. And then the last example is propensity models. It was Schibsted, the Scandinavian company, AI to microphone. They used AI to identify potential subscribers. So if you started clicking on their website, they would work out how many free articles they would have to give you before they suggested to you, would you like to subscribe? So it was a great way to optimize their revenue gathering. And then, of course, literally 12 months ago, we had the release of AI, ChatGPT. Now, I'm assuming that most people here, put your hands up if you've used ChatGPT. Yeah. And that is the key point about it. The previous AI, you couldn't use unless you were technologically literate. Anybody can use it, and everybody can use it, and they are. As remarkable things. Created these products like ChatGPT, Midjourney, Synthesia, which are stunning, and they've all got much, much better in the last few months. Every few months they release a new version, and the training becomes exponentially more efficient. So what we did, decided to find out what journalists are thinking about these techniques. We did a survey, a Google survey, 70 news organizations. We asked them what they would do with generative AI, to be honest. And with generative AI, as you see, the vast majority with it. I mean, I'm not quite sure. There are 14% of newsrooms which haven't experimented with it. It's weird. And they're using it much more than they used to. as you can see from that chart, and they're using it again across all the different phases of news. So you can see examples, and this report is online. You can read it for yourself. You can see that the different use cases are very varied, very innovative. And they see that they're going to use it much more. Perhaps not surprising, but they all expect to be using AI much more, and it's quite interesting the different. They're going to use it for personalization, for summarization, and they're also going to use it to find out what the audience are thinking and doing. You see that there's a big challenge for this. Surprisingly, is the Can we get a better microphone? Can the sound people help? I'll try. Sorry, fixed it. Hello, is there a sound person there? Great. Yeah, not surprisingly, I think it just needs to be pushed out a bit. Not surprisingly, the biggest challenge was technical. So do you have the skills in your newsroom to deal with AI? And obviously financial constraints as well. That the newsrooms, as you know, are very strapped for cash. Thank you. Well, that's better, thank God. Sorry about that. So, when they talked about the challenges, they talked about the technical challenges and the financial challenges, which are the most obvious material problems. Anybody in a newsroom knows that you don't necessarily have the R&D resources, you don't necessarily have the time to devote to trying to find out about AI. But there are other challenges as well, the ethical challenges, and we'll come back to them in a second. Then there are the cultural challenges, and that basically means people in your newsroom who don't want to use AI. And then finally, managerial challenges as well. They also felt, though, very, very strongly that overall that it presented opportunities. And I think anybody who's played with these tools, your first impression is, I must be able to do something clever with this. There must be possibilities. So in that sense, they were optimistic. But they were concerned. They had their worries about various risks. This is one where people, I think this is a core risk, to be honest, that you can't rely on generative AI completely. You should not be using it to publish directly. You've got to have a human who's supervising it and editing it, if you like. And that's because generative AI, and this is so important to stress, it doesn't know anything. It doesn't know what a fact is. It's just very good at generating language or imagery that has the appearance of intelligence. So it's very good at predicting language, but it doesn't know what it's talking about. So you can use it in lots of wonderful ways, but you should never, ever use it as a truth machine. And this is what they're pointing out here, that they obviously found that it made mistakes. It was inaccurate. It even makes things up at times. Next slide. So, lots of different concerns. There's the concern about algorithmic bias, the fact that you don't know which data it was trained on. You don't know what the algorithms are. There was the challenge of upholding journalistic values, was the other thing that people worried about. They were worried about, as I mentioned, accuracy, but also about transparency. Should you tell your audience, for example, that a particular article has been generated by AI? Are you obliged to do that, for example? They're worried about the idea that this is going to be used to produce bad journalism, so commercialization and misinformation.
And they're right, because it already is. It's already being used to create content farms and to create disinformation. We know that. And of course, that can lead to a further decline in public trust in journalism. And also, people are just really blown away by the speed of this development. You know, the internet took about 10, 20 years before it became important in journalism. Even social media, it took, 4, 5, 6 years before Facebook and Twitter and all those other platforms became significant. Generative AI has literally happened in explosion in 12 months. It's the fastest adopted technology just about ever. And that is quite mind-blowing. And so people are worried about how it might impact on their sustainability, on their business model, especially if you are in a country where perhaps journalism is already struggling to survive. But what was interesting was that they were taking actions to try and mitigate some of these risks. There's nothing inevitable about these risks. So they were trying to be transparent. And one of the things we all have to lobby for is to get the tech companies to tell us how they trained their particular models, for example. A lot of newsrooms I speak to have already published guidelines for how to use AI. And that's really important. It's important for your staff, so they feel reassured. It's also important for your audience, that your audience knows that you are thoughtful about how you're going to use AI, and that builds confidence. And I think it's also just an interesting process. It's a good way to have a collective conversation in your organization so that people feel ownership of this technology and they feel less frightened by it. And all the newsrooms that were using AI were stressing how important it is to keep the human in the loop. There are things that the AI can do automatically that are risk-free. It can do the weather, for example. The best example that somebody gave me where you could use AI to generate content without any risk was horoscopes, because horoscopes are crap. They're not true, right? Sorry, I don't want to offend anybody who believes in horoscopes, but you can't make a mistake with the horoscope, so you can rely on the AI to generate it. But otherwise, you do need to think about keeping certain editorial tasks AI-free. And by that, I would mean things like deciding, is this story really important? What's the most important story in the world today? Well, that's a human judgment. The AI might help you to make that decision, but in the end, it's a human judgment. And the other thing that people were doing to try and mitigate some of these risks, especially the lack of resources, is to collaborate. So increasingly, you've got newsrooms who are collaborating with, well, people like me. You know, they're going to think tanks or universities. And with our network, we enable them to collaborate with other newsrooms. They can learn from each other's experience so that they're not all reinventing the wheel every time. And they can inspire each other and support each other. So that's really interesting. Much more collaboration, much more networking. Perhaps it could be with, with a startup or a tech company as well. And so, drawing on that report and the experience we've had, and I've had talking to newsrooms around the world, this was a kind of simple 6-step strategy that I think people should adopt if they're considering using AI in their newsroom. And I should say, it's not really an option. You will be using AI. You already are. People who say they're not using AI are lying. Every time you do a Google search, you're using machine learning. You're using AI. So this was the steps that I think are really important. The first one is to get informed, and by that I mean everybody in your newsroom needs to know a little bit about AI, preferably quite a lot. And that's for 2 big reasons. Firstly, because they will all be using it at some point in the future. But the second reason is every journalist, every beat they have, AI is going to be part of the story in the future. If you're a health reporter, AI is going to be important in health. if you're an education journalist, for example, AI is going to be really important in education in the future. So people need to be informed about AI. And you also need to broaden that AI literacy. And by that, you don't just mean that you know a bit about it, but you know how to use it. That you can understand what it can do and what it can't do. And you know which tools that you might have to use and what kind of responsibilities you have. Then it's important to assign responsibility in your news organization. And by that I mean make somebody in charge of AI. And by that I don't mean that you then dump all the effort on them. But you do need somebody who's going to keep across the technology, and they are going to be thinking about how they communicate to the rest of the organization. How are they going to sustain a conversation with everybody in the newsroom about how you're going to use AI? And when you do, you need to test, iterate, and repeat. It's not just a question of downloading an AI tool, plugging it in, and letting it go. You've got to see how it works, whether it's matching your editorial standards, for example, what's the return on investment, and then repeat. And as I said, it's really important to draw up guidelines to reassure your staff, but also to reassure your audiences. And then finally, again, that call to collaborate and network. We cannot do this on our own. There are very few media organizations that have got the resource to do this on their own. Perhaps New York Times, people like that. But otherwise, we need to collaborate in some way. You need to collaborate internally as well as externally. This mustn't just be a conversation for the tech people. It mustn't just be a conversation for the editorial team. It's got to be inclusive of everybody because everybody will be using AI. I'm going to end the presentation on a sort of bad news, good news. These are the big risks around AI, in my opinion. The first level of risk is just the general level of risk with when you use AI in any field. And we've mentioned this idea of that it can be flawed, that it can have inbuilt biases in it. And then there's the wider policy issues around the law. Who owns the data that it's trained on? Who has responsibility for anything that it creates? So those are the kind of big issues. Then there's the general risks for news media. And by that I mean as an industry. And one of the biggest ones, which already exists, to be honest, is the tech dependency. We rely upon our friends at Google, and we now rely on our friends at OpenAI and places like that to produce these tools. And so we are dependent. And if they change their mind, like you remember when Facebook changed its news algorithm, suddenly you're left high and dry. So there's a real problem there. And then there's this problem of disintermediation and competition. And by that I mean, if you've got ChatGPT, why would you ever bother going to a news organization ever again? You just ask, just put in a prompt. So there's a real danger that people won't need to go to news organizations. And that's a problem that's already existed because of social media, but it could become more acute. And then there's the specific journalism risks. We mentioned inaccuracy and that threat to quality and indeed the threat to the business model. So your individual organization be vulnerable. But the biggest risk, I think, is this idea that there's a danger of being left behind. There's a danger of journalism not getting its act together quickly enough and experimenting and starting to use and adapt the AI models. And the problem with that is that the bad people out there, the people who are doing disinformation and propaganda and banal, cheap journalism, they are already using this tech. They're not bothered about the risks. They're not worried about inaccuracy. So journalism has to get its act together very quickly so that it's not left to the bad guys. And let's just end on a positive note. These are what I think are the key opportunities. The first one is just basic efficiency. I spoke to one guy who was doing coding in a newsroom, and he said he was using it to check his coding. And I said, well, how much time did it save you? And he said, oh, about 80%. 80% efficiency gain. Now, if I was his editor, I would want to know about that so that I could spread that benefit. Then there are going to be new tools, or much, much better tools, like translation tools, tools for reformatting. So you'll make an article, for example, and the AI will turn it into a short version and a long version and an audio version. And it will go and find some pictures to illustrate the article, all for you, without you having to do it. And it will, we hope, provide new ways to counter some of that disinformation and misinformation that's out there. You know, we'll be able to use these tools to sieve through what's online to identify the sources and the content that can't be trusted. And finally, though, this is the main point I want to leave you with, which is the best hope for this technology, for me, is that if it can do all those kind of boring, repetitive tasks, if it can help you to do your research, if it can help you to create content, if it can save you that time, then what are you going to do with that time? I would suggest that in a world where AI, when it's so easy to use AI to make journalism, your added value is going to be your human qualities. That's the bit that's going to stand out in the future. So it's your human judgment, for example. It could be that you do more investigations. AI can't do an investigation on its own. It could be that you do more human interest journalism, with more feeling, with more emotional empathy with your audience. And it could also just be that you get out of the office, you get away from your laptop or your PC, and you actually go and do what humans do. Human journalism of going and witnessing things, going and meeting people, talking to people, and finding things out in the real world, because the AI cannot do that. So that's my best hope, that it will save time and resources to be spent on proper journalism. Thank you very much for listening, and please keep in touch. Sign up for our newsletter, go and see the website. Thank you very much.
So we would like to thank Professor Charlie Beckett, Professor of Practice, Director of Policy, LSE Journalism and AI Project of the London School of Economics from the UK. And now we move to the next panel, right, Renan? Panel discussion.
Exactly. Yes, the next panel discussion, we have development journalism, what it covers and what it covers up. So it's a great pleasure to invite here on the stage Jonathan Clayton, who is the head of news operation, AUUN, Caroline Farhaj, Vice President, Editor-in-Chief of CNN Arabic, Mina Al-Oraibi, Editor-in-Chief of The National, and as a moderator, we have KP Nayar, former diplomatic editor of The Telegraph. So guys, thank you very much, and have a great discussion. The floor is all yours. Thank you.
Hello. My fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen, I will start with some brief housekeeping rules, very brief, which is we have about 30 minutes. I will set the ball rolling with a brief introduction of the subject, and then I will call upon my fellow panelists to speak. We would also like to have an interactive session, questions from the audience, which the panelists. I think you dropped the paper here. Which the panelists will answer. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Um, this is a very special occasion for me. It is also very personal. I will explain. When I received a proposal from the organizers of the second Global Media Congress a few months ago, suggesting that we do a session on development aid. Later on, it was changed to development journalism. I was very pleased because it took me back in time by almost 45 years ago, when the Abu Dhabi Fund for Arab Economic Development, which is now changed its name to Abu Dhabi Fund for Development, greatly impressed me with the work it was doing as long ago as almost half a century ago. Subsequently, when I enrolled in Oxford University in the UK, and the global news agency Reuters agreed to fund my research at Oxford, I chose Arab development aid as the subject for my thesis. My research took me to Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and of course I was living in the UAE at that time on a permanent basis. I was exceptionally impressed by the work being done by the Kuwait Fund for Arab Economic Development, because Kuwait was a pioneer of sorts in development aid in the Arab world. Kuwait Fund was set up in the very first year of Kuwait's independence, but as far back as 1953, before Kuwait became independent, Kuwait had started its own development aid in a small way, building schools, paying teachers' salaries in the Gulf region. Well, be that as it may, the work I did on development aid, my research in Oxford on development aid, stood me in great stead when many years later I was posted to Washington as a foreign correspondent. And those of you who are acquainted with who are acquainted with Washington know very well that development aid is a big thing in Washington. The World Bank is there, the IMF is there. So I was well equipped, I felt at that time as a foreign correspondent, to deal with this subject. However, our subject today is development journalism, what it covers and what it covers up. I would like to go beyond the routine in dealing with this subject. Development journalism or development aid itself is a double-edged sword. It is like the proverbial glass. It is either half full or half empty. Anyone can find any amount of faults with the way aid is disbursed and utilized. Equally, anyone can find much to the credit of donors and users. So let us try and go beyond the fundamentals of development aid, which are not changeable. Since World War II, fast forward to now, in our time, the need for aid has never been greater. Conflicts, natural calamities, global warming and climate change, and of course, one should not forget the pandemic, COVID-19. All these occurring together have made aid a lifeline for the poorest of the poor in this world. In these 30 minutes, I would like, therefore, to focus on what appears to be a few key questions in development aid and how it is reflected in journalism as development journalism, if we choose to call that. For example, the 5 poorest countries in the world are Democratic Republic of Congo, Mozambique, Uganda, Tajikistan, and Haiti. There are different yardsticks for parameters for discussing the poorest countries, but I have taken an average of various parameters from the British government's Development Fund aid, the Canadian Development Fund Agency, World Bank, IMF, to arrive at these 5 countries, the names of these 5 countries, but they are open to question and they are disputable. However, the 5 countries which receive most aid on an average are not the 5 poorest countries. Again, using different parameters, the 5 countries which receive most aid, many of you will be surprised, are Pakistan, Syria, Ethiopia, Nigeria, and Afghanistan. Of course, if you take individual aid programs targeted at countries, it will again be different. For example, Israel is the biggest recipient of US aid. Egypt is the biggest recipient of American aid in the Arab world. So, one key question that I would like to throw before the panel is, what are the considerations for their aid by the developed countries? Otherwise, they would go to the most deserving. Well, for example, I would like to throw the ball in your court by suggesting that for countries which give aid, big markets are a consideration. Lately, the war on terror is another consideration. You will again be surprised that 80% of the development aid given by the United States actually comes back to the US because it is conditional that the development aid should be used to buy American products. Lately, another development has been that aid from the European Union is determined by the willingness and determination of African countries to stop migration from Africa to Europe. These are some of the ideas that I would like to throw before the panel and the audience. So I would now like to call Jonathan Clayton to make his remarks. I have chosen Jonathan because number one, he's a veteran, if I could call a veteran, because this is the second Global Media Congress. He is a veteran of the Global Media Congress. Last year, I greatly enjoyed a session he moderated on global perspectives and a media lab he did on upskilling and training, which was attended by many journalism students from the UAE. Also, whenever people ask me about my time in journalism, I tell them that I have been a journalist for 52 years. So it raises eyebrows, you see. So since Jonathan has been a journalist for 40 years, next to me in seniority perhaps, with international agencies, Reuters, London Times, working in developing countries, I would start with Jonathan. The floor is yours, Jonathan.
Oh gosh, thank you very much, KP, for that introduction and for emphasizing so much my age and my which has helped focus my attention. You've brought up an enormous range of subjects in your introduction, And I'd like to just row back a little bit, if I can. As you correctly said, I've been most of my journalistic career working with what would be seen as sort of Western outlets, with Reuters in particular, even though it's very international, and then the London Times newspaper. And most of my time was spent in developing countries. And I was always asked the question, how can you report on these countries, or how can you report on them better? And I think that is, for me, what development journalism is all about, is how can we, from outside, report better on these countries, but also how these countries can themselves report better on their own countries, their own continents. And I know a lot of attention has been focused when we talk about development journalism on themes and topics rather than individual stories. And I'm all in favor of one doing that and reporting on issues that wouldn't perhaps get the attention that they deserve. But I'm equally adamant that no matter what we call the type of genre of journalism that we practice, it shouldn't lose its adversarial nature, in the sense that I can see many ministers of information and governments getting very happy when they hear that journalists are going to write about their policies and write about their aims. We have to make a distinction between writing, not supporting governments, but supporting what they're hoping to accomplish. And I think that is, for me, one of the main issues, and how do we do this? And we have made, and I'd be very interested in hearing from my colleagues here, we have made enormous progress, because now we have much more diverse audiences, and we have, as a result of that, many more sources of information. And that includes a much wider use of local languages. And when I first began in journalism, foreign correspondents would often just go to the British or American embassy in the country that they were reporting on and have dinner with a few friends. But they often didn't know anybody other than their domestic workers. So we're way beyond that now, way beyond that. But of course, that also has introduced a totally new dimension, which is disinformation, misinformation, information overload. And these things are very strong in many developing nations because of political interests. So that's where I'd like to leave it just now, but I'd be fascinated to know how CNN Arabic and the National have dealt with these challenges.
Can I say something here? And I would like to focus on what type of news we are hearing as journalists and as outsiders from the so-called, which we both of us don't like the term, developed countries. We're receiving whatever the media is reflecting, or what the officials would like to tell the audience internally and externally, with, of course, understandable as well why they're telling them and what type of messages. And I think what we really need to do is we need to, like media like us, like CNN, Reuters, and National and others, is to like offer special training for the people, the young journalists in these countries, to train them on the ethics and the professional journalism, so that they can tell their own story, because they can tell their story much better than me going there and tell their story on their behalf. And I don't want to give them the story from an Arab perspective or a Western perspective. I want the story to come from within. Now, you can after that give it to an expert to comment on it, but it has to come from within. And of course, we understand that most of the media there is a state-owned media, but we can also offer some training and skill-ups to the young journalists in these countries in order to raise awareness and try gradually to bring attention from their own perspective to this part of the world. The other thing is also to make sure that when we cover it, we have to understand that when we send other nationalities on the ground, they will look at it and compare it with their own countries. But it's a long way for them to reach the level where the country or the nationality, let's say British or Emirati or whatever, when they go to these countries, they will report that they want to become exactly that level. And that's a long way for them to reach. And therefore, the way that they address the story in their own on their own platforms will be basically looking at it that it was not a successful step. So to give it the right perspective and to give it the right evaluation, it has to come from within. And we have also to measure it compared to the other countries that they're similar to it in order to be at least as close as possible to the facts than being biased and having my own interpretation to their progress. And also to show the progress whenever it's happening, but be clear and use the terminology and use the knowledge and the reporting of their local reporters.
I just want to pick up on something Caroline said, which is regarding, the perspective. And when we're talking about development journalism, it's interesting because we were having a conversation before we came up on stage of what is development journalism. But this idea of covering the story of societies, countries that are going through transitions, going through change, but also you raised the point of aid, and of course aid is a whole other conversation, developmental aid and how that's covered and where the sourcing comes for this. But I think that the point of perspective is really important, and we live in a great age to get diverse perspectives and ideas, but for us as journalists to be as fair as possible in our coverage. You often hear journalists talking about we're objective. I don't think anything is objective. Everything is subjective. The title of this panel is subjective. What we choose to put on our front page is subjective. But is it accurate? Is it fair? Is it representative? And that's what you hope development journalism does. You mentioned the poorest countries of the world. I think what's really important is we don't look at development journalism, or even when we're covering aid, as just an issue of poverty. Poverty, of course, needs to be tackled, and we need to look at what are the factors that have led to that particular condition, and how do we report fairly and accurately about the reason a country or a society is in a particular place and how it can come out of it. And that for us has been really important, the national. But we also really champion solutions journalism, which I think is a much more modern, let's say, phenomena of thinking about, okay, but what are the solutions? Where are we seeing progress in the right way? Not to drink the Kool-Aid, so to speak, from governments as such, but sometimes there are stories that should be told that actually show that there is progress. And I think that's really important in terms of giving different perspectives, but also important to say that things can change, things can improve. And there's always this wrong perception that actually only bad headlines attract readers, which is not true. We do quite a bit of solutions journalism at the National, and we launched a newsletter called Bshara. And Bshara in the Arab world is to bring good news. I have to tell you, in the last 6 weeks, we have been very challenged in filling our newsletter with good news with the devastation that's happening at the moment in the region. But the point was to say, look at what are those solutions-based, where do we see development in the positive sense, and to be able to bring it weekly. It's been incredible, over 70,000 subscribers in just a few weeks since launching the newsletter. So I think part of development journalism is solutions journalism, and part of it is also looking for those voices, be they the people of a society, of a country who can tell their own voices, or actually a fresh perspective, somebody coming from another country, making that comparison without necessarily saying that comparison, this is the right way to do it or the wrong way to do it, but actually to see how progress can be made.
Thank you.
And just to add one thing, that some of the international and of course the well-established media outlets can also offer, until you raise the generation that are equipped with the ethics and the knowledge of and professionalism needed, you can also have offer some time on your platforms or in your network, like for example the program that we have on CNN, which is CNN Voices from Africa or CNN Africa, or Inside Africa. So all these programs that are dedicated, produced by producers from within, and all the voices that comes and appears during the half an hour or 1 hour on weekly basis are coming from Africa. So this is helpful, but still I think they also need to hear it in their own language, on their own media and media outlets, and from their own people. It's very important to have people who are, they look and feel, if you like, of their own people, so that they can also give it more authenticity.
I would like to ask you a question, Jonathan. Before we came in here, you were telling me about the work you are doing in Somalia. And Somalia, I would imagine, is a country that is critical in the context of the subject we are discussing. One reads about a lot of aid going to, or financing going to Somalia. How is this used? Is there a siphoning off of aid? Because I have also read that Al-Shabaab, for example, is one of the richest insurgent organizations, you know. So is there a lot of mismanagement of aid? How is the aid to Somalia managed, if you could give us?
Well, we hear a lot about aid to Somalia, but actually in terms of figures, it's not very high. And not giving it would probably cause greater problems. What I'm much more interested in Somalia has been the use of the money from the diaspora. And I think that's a very interesting, broader topic, actually, because the large numbers of Somalis in Canada, in London, in Australia, have been sending back their money and then coming back themselves. And as a result, the skyline of Mogadishu is not at all what it is depicted. It is a mini Dubai. There are new mosques, new hotels, and there's a lot happening. They have very real challenges. They have, on a Friday afternoon, many young children, adults go off and have fish and things by the old Medina, and only a few weeks ago a suicide bomber walked in and detonated himself and killed over 20, and there was virtually no coverage of this outside of Somalia. But there are challenges, but there's been an enormous amount of progress. So I think when we look at aid, it's wrong to look at it in terms of figures. It's how it's directed. A lot of the aid that goes in to Somalia goes into very, very essential infrastructure projects. So there's been progress there. I'm glad that you mentioned the issue of good stories or good news, because there is this perception, particularly for outside journalists, that we only are interested in these countries when there's bad news. And it's to a certain extent true, because that is the nature of news. We can't get away from that. I mean, but we also have all these good stories on Inside Africa and other programs, and people are really interested in them. And if we don't do it as journalists, with this technological explosion, it's done by people themselves. They're on their Instagram, TikTok, and other posts. They are all posting good news and happy event stories. And if we don't do it, nobody will come to us, click on our sites. So that's another great challenge.
I agree with you that it is a challenge in the sense of making sure that we get the right balance and that we're giving, again, the right image coming from a story. And it's a really good point also on Somalia. I think that, unfortunately, there is something called reader fatigue. There's also editor fatigue, where you say, okay, how can we come at this story in an original way, in a new way, keep telling difficult stories, or keep telling stories that might seem very distant from the reader in a way that they can associate with. And that's why we see that human interest stories do well. And often you can tell through one person a story of a bigger trend or phenomenon, which is hugely important, especially when it comes to, again, development and development journalism that we're talking about here. So I think that the challenge for us as journalists is, as you said, to think about individuals, why these stories matter, and tell them, because we have a lot of challenges from others who will tell the story just as good, if not better.
And I think, sorry, and I just put one point here. And I think also one of the issues that we face as journalists sometimes is the stereotype. That people sometimes, whenever you mention Africa, they have in mind immediately like AIDS, poverty, but that's not true. This is something that we need to educate, but the education comes from within, and we should be the mirror who's reflecting it, because there's lots of stories, and as you just mentioned, every time I watch Inside Africa on CNN, I'm learning something totally new, and it's gradually. It started at the beginning with reporters from outside, but now the reporters of Inside Africa are from Africa. So they're giving the other side of the story, which is not the stereotype, but telling the truth of what exactly is happening.
Absolutely.
Mina, you have been a very active participant in the Manama dialogues. I am increasingly surprised that although aid is tied to security, there is hardly any discussion at the Manama dialogue on aid as such. Why is this?
Well, Manama Dialogue is only two days, so there's a lot to go through, and I'm not an organizer, but as a participant, it's definitely one place where, the Institute for International Strategic Studies is focused on this particular issue, security studies, I think IISS stands for. But I would say that hard security and soft security are tied in very much to each other. And even if it's not on stage or on panels, you definitely get in the background conversations where increasingly you see the ties between hard security, military, and soft security, development of societies, where of course aid comes, is there. So I would say it's, even if it's not on stage, it's definitely there in behind the scenes conversations.
Well, we could continue to discuss the subject. It's very interesting, and I see that my fellow panelists have much to say, but we are running short of time. We already, some of the sessions were delayed. So I would like to conclude with one point which I think is important. This discussion today at the second Global Media Congress is a pioneering effort, because I have not come across in my long years of being in this region, attending track 1.5, track 2 meetings, I have never come across any discussion, in-depth discussions on this subject, which is unfortunate, because apart from the experience of Kuwait that I mentioned, the Arab world is really a pioneer in development aid. The first joint Arab effort to launch an international aid program was in September 1967, after the war. And the Special Arab Summit in Khartoum in September 1967 initiated a program by Saudi Arabia, Libya, and Kuwait. And they put forth $266 million, which primarily went to the frontline states, Jordan, Egypt, Syria, and $266 million in 1967 is big money compared to what it is. So I hope others will take this subject forward, and we will see more discussion on this subject. I would like to thank all my fellow panelists for their participation and their views, and thank you, audience. Unfortunately, we have no time to take questions from the audience, but thank you very much for attending this session, and we hope to see you all at the next Global Media Congress next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you very much, Jonathan, Caroline, Mina, and also KP Niar. Thank you very much for this very important and thoughtful discussion. So I think, Pablo, now it's time to move on in our agenda, right?
Exactly, Renan, and that's why I'd like to invite now to come on stage Laura Nix, Oscar-nominated and Peabody Award-winning director, and Yemisi Akinbobola, senior lecturer, Birmingham City University, to talk about content production in the era of sustainability. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much. So it's a pleasure to have Laura Nix with us. And Laura, you're a director, a writer, and a producer with several awards and nominations under your belt.
It's like tongue
You obviously had the Academy nomination
red
very
leather,
recently,
yellow.
and also the Emmy nomination for your investigative documentary. You've won the Peabody Award and the Sundance Discovery Impact Award. So a long list of accomplishments over the years. So Laura, how would you describe your practice and your journey in storytelling? Because you're not just any kind of storyteller. You take a humanistic and a solutions approach. So how would you describe your journey and your practice?
So we're just waiting for one more, yeah.
Yes, it's working.
It's
now.
working, okay. Thanks for that generous introduction. I started out making more factual documentaries. So I was trained to make documentaries in the style of what I would call admiring a problem, which I think we've seen many of those. It's more of a factual approach. It involves lots of facts and figures and statistics. Yeah. And I came from a social science background, so I'm comfortable with doing that. But I found over time that I'm not as interested in watching documentaries like that. I think many people are more interested in being able to watch a human story. So I started leaning more towards what I would call solutions storytelling, which is a different way of approaching how to explore complex issues that you want to cover in nonfiction filmmaking.
Okay, let's go a bit more detail. So how would you describe solutions storytelling to people that don't know what that is?
So solution storytelling is very simple. It's essentially telling stories about change makers, about innovators. And so instead of orienting a film around describing the details of a problem, you're telling a story about somebody who's actively trying to address an issue or a problem, and you understand that problem through the lens of the solution. So you kind of reverse engineering the way that you're doing the storytelling so that you're able to learn about the problem, but you do it through the context of watching somebody address it on their own. And so you therefore have to find the right people who are making that kind of change. And you do it through a kind of narrative device so that you're able to go on a journey with those change makers.
So it's related to media representation, right? So we all understand the importance of being represented in media content, of seeing people that look like you in media content, in seeing women, African women, people of different ages and races represented in the media for aspiration, right? So how would you describe the way in which you use solutions journalism to have that kind of representation?
So I would say that 50% of any kind of successful solutions documentary is achieved through the casting and finding the right people to be in the film. So this saying, if you see it, you can be it, I think that's really true.
Absolutely, yeah.
And so you're looking for people that you find inspiring, and the actions that they're engaged in are motivating other people to do something similar. So we go through a very long research and development phase where we study what the issue is, and then we look for who are actively making solid change right now and how are they doing it. And so we look for people who are in the midst of that process, because there has to be something to film. I'm not just doing sit-down interviews with people, right? I'm following somebody who's in the middle of a process.
Right.
So there has to be something happening, and so I'm looking for somebody who's in the middle of an activity or a particular challenge so that I can film what they're going through. And the casting is also, you have to, if you're having multiple characters in your film, you're looking for there to be balance with, maybe there's both men and women, maybe there's old and young. You might want to have a regional balance depending on the story. You want to have racial and ethnic diversity in the story. But it's also very important that you find a compelling personality. So I tend to find people who are, I spend time with them. so not everybody, they might be doing very interesting work, but perhaps they're not great on camera. So they have to be comfortable, okay with having cameras around. And I'm especially looking for somebody whose motivation to do the change that they're engaged in is personal to them. It's not academic, it's not abstract, because that way I can get to a more emotional core of the story, and I can tell a more human story to be able to do that. Because when you're following somebody who's facing a dramatic challenge, you want the audience to be able to create an emotional connection to them so that they're rooting for them as they're watching the documentary.
And I can imagine as you're following these characters in your documentaries and, you know, filming their ecosystem, they have allies and people that support them in that journey of change.
Absolutely, no one does this kind of work alone. So you're looking for who is in their ecosystem, who is helping them along the way. It might be an ally, it might be a mentor. And you're also looking for people who might surprise you to be allies and mentors. You might, maybe somebody's working on gender equality and it's a woman, but there's a man in her life who's a champion of hers and who's standing up for that issue in a way that you didn't see coming. Same thing with mentors. Sometimes mentors come from surprising places as well. Just as we see in our life, that's what you're looking for.
Okay, so we've talked about the characters and we've talked about the idea of what solutions storytelling is, but how do you actually do solutions storytelling?
Well, so we talked about casting. That's a long, arduous process that you better get right, because if you don't find the right people, your film is not going to work.
Yeah.
And during production, you have to really be thinking about how the story is going to unfold and making sure that you film the right moments along the way so that you can tell the whole story. You're looking, hopefully, for some type of conclusion that you can film. Hopefully it happens. But then you're in the edit room. And documentary films are really made in the edit room because we don't screenwrite it, right? It's not fiction. We're reliant on what we're actually able to capture and film in the field. And we basically use the same techniques that fiction filmmakers use. One thing for solution storytelling that works really well is what I would call the hero's journey. And this comes from like the work of Joseph Campbell and the work of storytelling that goes back to early human history, where you have, you know, a person, they're in their ordinary life, and then after you establish what their life is, you might see some kind of a problem that's there, and they decide that they're going to go tackle that problem. They find allies and mentors along the way to go help them. They go on their journey. They have incredible obstacles and challenges that they somehow have to overcome, and they do so, and they keep going, and then they're able to reach some of their goal and find some type of an elixir that they can take back to their community. If that story sounds familiar to you, it's because you've seen it in Star Wars and Wizard of Oz and Finding Nemo. We can do the same thing with nonfiction, and we do. So we're looking for that same kind of story arc, and making sure that we film all those beats and then edit it using cinematic score, using sound design, using the same types of tools that fiction filmmakers use. We're also using it in nonfiction storytelling when we're crafting it in the edit room.
Yeah. So, and as somebody with a journalistic background, I obviously understand solutions journalism, constructive journalism, and those kind of practices, but you're coming at it from a storyteller, creative industries perspective. So when you're in that editing room, how do you ensure that your own kind of biases or perspectives doesn't filter through the narrative?
Well, that is the difference between documentary filmmakers and journalists, I would say. I definitely don't identify as a journalist. We believe that we are making films with our subjectivity, and I believe that a documentary that I'm making is really, I'm sharing my experience of those people and those events that I had with the audience. So I'm kind of embracing my bias and making that part of the story. It's very much my experience of what happened. But one thing that's important in the edit room, we're not doing reality television, okay? So I'm not faking things, I'm not constructing things that didn't actually occur. And when I'm in the field also, even though I might decide to film something on one day and not on the other, I don't engineer events, and I don't do anything that would affect causality. That's a line that we don't cross.
Right, okay. So let's test this concept of solution storytelling in the context of a very global issue, right? In his opening remarks, His Excellency the Minister for Tolerance and Coexistence talked about global climate change, for example, right? So, and I know that your documentary, Inventing Tomorrow, looked at environmental issues. So how do you take this approach of solution storytelling to tackle such a global and critical issue that needs an urgent kind of coming together, a global kind of partnership to tackling it?
Well, climate change is an existential crisis that's facing humanity. We need every single type of storytelling we can come up with to be able to engage audiences. One thing that we've learned over time is that audiences and people in general are not persuaded through facts. They're persuaded by feelings. And so it's very important that we tell emotional stories and that we're looking for people in the world of solution making. For instance, with climate change, it could be a scientist who's finding, like, they've just come up with, for instance, like the battery power that you can store energy for that's been generated, right? Or perhaps you're looking at a policy person who's they're fighting for one particular clause to be included in the climate treaty, perhaps.
Yeah.
But you have to tell an emotional story about those people so that you're turning them into superheroes, right? And the audience is filled at the end with, wow, look, I'm watching this person go on this journey and I'm inspired to go do the same. And you're learning things about the climate change crisis through that, but you're very careful to pay attention to the balance of emotion versus information. So there's really a synergistic relationship between these two, and the more information that's inside of a film, the less room there is for emotion, and vice versa. So my goal is to provide enough information to the audience to give them enough context to be empowered to understand the issue, but really be telling an emotional story. In the end of it, that's really what you want to be able to do.
Yeah, yeah. So to round us off then, how do you, when people watch your films, when I watch your film and everybody in the audience watch your films, what feeling do you want to leave them with? What is the emotion you want to leave them with?
At the end of my films, I always want the audiences to be left with a sense of hope and a sense of agency. It's very easy to watch all kinds of documentary films that leave you feeling shut down, that leave you feel depressed, that leave you feel hopeless. We can think of many issues today that if we had to think about what was happening, it would just make us sad and we'd want to keep that story away from ourselves, right? So I'm hoping that films are opening up an experience for people, that they're engaged, that they're going on an immersive journey with people that they look up to, that they admire, and they're left with a feeling of, this is something that I can do something about, and now I feel inspired to go do that too.
That change is possible.
Change is possible.
Right. Thank you very much, Laura Nix. It's been a pleasure speaking with you.
Thank you, Dr. Yemisi.
Thank you. All right.
So we would like to thank Laura Nix, Oscar-nominated and Peabody Award-winning director, and Dr. Yemisi Akinbobola, co-founder African Women in Media, for the discussion regarding content production in the era of sustainability. And now we move to the last panel of the day.
Yes, as a last panel of the day, we have the youth voices, insight from influencers at the forefront of creating content to communicate the climate crisis.
They are already on stage, but here we go. It's John Paul Joles, environmental climate justice activist from India.
Zachary Benetato, Senior Associate, UAE Independent Climate Change Accelerators.
Whatever you might.
Noha El Nahas, International Media Development, expert and director of Egypt Media Forum.
And as a moderator, we have Pedro Hartog from Alana Foundation. He's the president, executive CEO of Alana Foundation. Thank you very much, guys, and have a great discussion.
Greetings, everyone. It's an honor to guide this panel. Youth voices insight from influencers at the forefront of creating content to communicate the climate crisis. which is a very important panel, especially for me. I am a children's rights advocate, and I think it's very important to highlight the importance of younger voices in the climate discussions. So let's dive into it, and to begin, especially John, as an environmental climate justice activist in India, how do you navigate and address the unique challenges faced by young voices in the climate movement? And what strategies do you employ to ensure their perspective are heard?
So one of the main challenges is to communicate like why became a climate activist. So that happens only we have access to platforms. So it could be conferences like this or even medias, like when they interview those activists to bring stories. And especially people in Global South, they have stories that stems out of not only knowledge of climate crisis and also experiencing it throughout their life growing up. So it's not a privileged life many of us grow up as our child. So we had to experience climate change in different aspects of life. And as years pass by, we continue to experience still it. So we kind of think like we have to be an activist. And in that case, we have to navigate through all those challenges unless the voice are heard. Because most often we expect we have to focus on our future, and activism is just something we got into by accident because we saw an issue and we need this issue to be heard and solved in an urgent manner. So we could no longer be activists. We could go back to our life, start living it, enjoying our childhood that is already gone, but still our youthfulness and adult age is waiting. So we have to be at that stage.
This is so important to open the doors of media so children, especially from the Global South, as you said, could join us in these discussions, and not just in the debate, but also in negotiations. We're heading to a COP here in the UAE and then in Brazil, my home country, in 2 years. So important to open the doors for children. And you, Noha, being the founder of CEO of 30 Degrees North in Egypt, how do you leverage your media intelligence and solutions to empower and highlight the voices of youth, but also to talk direct to them?
Well, first of all, thank you so much to the Congress for actually having extensive discussion about climate change. We have something in the media, we always say that activism and journalism can't go together. But in the climate change in specific, I think we need to go more into the activism side, even if we are do professional journalism. Media and traditional media, and if we to define the traditional media here is those organized media outlets, are giving much attention to climate change crisis, and they even endorse their teams with new members and new young generation journalists and activists who are joining their newsrooms. For instance, we have Associated Press adding 20 persons to their team last year, and Washington Post adding 30 experts to their team during this year. So we have a great attention from the traditional media toward the crisis. But does the generations, the new generations, Z, millennials, whatever, are actually following these media? I don't think so. There is a huge declining in the news consumption around the world, including, of course, the young generation. And in the last Reuters report, they said that there's a huge, it's about 60% news avoidance since COVID. So the challenges are from both sides for the traditional media. The young people usually follow the social media and the media they create, the thing that they can trust. The level of attention for the young generation is getting lesser with the time. So they can't read a long report, they can't focus on a long video, for instance, or visuals. So they need short messages, direct, full of information, data. Data journalism is crucial in that sense. They need to be heard. And they need, when they see a communicator speaking with them about the climate change, that they feel that his or she is part of their generation.
This is so important, especially I like what you said about youth as creators too. How can we open the media gates to younger generations to create content, to talk with their peers? I think there's a very important key on that, and to relate to them differently that as our adults do. And Zachary, in your role as a senior associate at the UAE Independent Climate Change Accelerators, how are you working to amplify the youth voices in the UAE and the broader region, and what initiatives have you found effective in engaging the younger generation in climate discussions?
Thank you so much, Pedro, and to the Global Media Congress for allowing me to be here today. You mentioned something, Pedro, quite recently, which is the importance of youth and the importance of youth amplifying their voice, right? So at the UICCA, we just launched today, actually, at the Global Media Congress, Climate Call, which is a platform, an AI-enabled platform that allows users from all around the world, when we're pertaining this to youth in particular, to propose a new idea, collaborate with peers from all around the world, and finally vote on the ideas that they believe can solve some of the most pressing climate challenges. We know that the best ideas can come from youth, because youth aren't afraid to speak their mind, youth aren't afraid to take action when it comes down to climate, but sometimes they lack a certain level of expertise with their ideas. Hence the reason that the platform is a place for people to come together to create dialogue on particular ideas. For this year in particular, we focused on renewable energy, we focused on food security, and we also focused on water scarcity, all big problems that we're currently facing today, and we will continue to face in the future. So I think that, to answer your question more specifically in terms of the role of youth in this conversation, young people have the chance to have their voice heard, and through Climate Call, if they propose a new idea, the winners will eventually get to scale up their idea, and we hope that we can be a resource and we can invest in our youth for the future as well.
I think this is the goal, hearing the solutions from the youth and scale up the solutions so everyone could use in every part of the world. No doubt of that. And Noham, we are hearing a lot about climate anxiety. And there is a lot of discussions on how we are conveying the message of climate crisis to younger generations and the impact of them in their mental health. Of course, we need to talk about the hard stuff, and because children are being the most impacted by the climate crisis, so we need to find ways to tackle that hard stuff, but also, is there any other way so we can talk about the climate crisis and to really find different ways and formats to not create the anxiety, but create the inspiration for solutions?
Yes, this is a very important question, because in covering the climate change, many media outlets committing actually huge mistakes in that sense. They do what we call doomism. They're trying to convince their audiences that there is a great crisis here. It's not a disinformation, it's not a myth, it's not a conspiracy theory, it's real. On their way to do that, they seem to give the people no hope. They tell the people that the planet is ending, your life is ending, and we are doomed. And this has created climate anxiety. In a lot of cases and studies found that in focus groups, many findings refers to the fact that whenever the media is using the doomism technique, they are losing their audiences, because simply people can't tolerate anymore with such negative side of the stories. They need to hear there is hope. They need to hear that there is a solution and that we need all to collaborate together and contribute to that solution. They need positive attitude in covering the climate change. Also, they need information, especially the young people. Again, I'm stressing on that because this is how their brain is formulated. they see things differently. They look for data. There should be very smart way of handling data and presenting to the audience, and very attractive visuals, very true and accurate information, because the new generations have all tools that they can verify the information, they can reach their own understanding of all situations and crises. So the media makers here need to be very aware of these preferences before actually targeting the young people in their messages.
I think this is very important too, how really bring positive messages, but also with reliable information and data. To combine those two, I think is the challenge, the horizon that we should pursue. And you, John, can you share an example of a successful local initiative or solution that you find particularly inspiring and believe could serve as a model for addressing climate changes globally?
Yeah, well, if I could recall, like in 2018, we had a large flood in Kerala and also in other parts of India. But since then we have floods, but something came out of those floods is like citizen science, like people themselves using social media to communicate the intensity of the flood. So like this, people say this region had flood, and they document it, they share in WhatsApp, Facebook, and groups are being built, and to communicate all those things in a better form, and also having rain gauges to measure the amount of rainfall that is being received in those regions, and to predict how much of water that goes to the river and at what time they are going to flood. So in those groups, there are people from media, government, and everyone. So they could actually show it in the news, like, yeah, the results are coming out, and there is a likely chance of flood, and people should move out, and they should be safe from those regions. So these kind of ways in which people are trying to adapt, I mean, without any support, because we have been asking for support from the government or anyone for a long time, but it's kind of mere ignorance, because climate action doesn't always happen in co-ops, but it could also happen in grassroots, because that's where people are feeling the impact of climate change. But we have like a top-down approach. We say this is a net zero target and this is a climate action, and we need to implement it everywhere. But how about a climate action which I need based on my environment, based on the livelihood I am dependent on, or based on the future I imagine? So these kind of things should actually happen, because we all have like different stories and different experience with climate change, and also like the way in which people live. And this thing actually came in New York Times like recently, the way in which how this is being done. So these kind of things could actually be replicated, like the citizen science could be an effective tool in like mitigating climate change and also adapting to the changes we see. And it can be scaled globally in different forms depending on different environment and the needs of the times.
Great example. Community-led, local-led solutions are reliable for people to understand the impact of this abstract climate crisis to their daily lives. And you, Zachary, how have you observed concrete actions, initiatives led by or involving young people that successfully advance and implement climate solutions?
Yeah, so we're lucky at the UICCA because we're led by Her Highness Sheikh Shama bin Sultan bin Khalifa Al Nahyan, and she has this incredible vision, which is to grow the green economy in the UAE and beyond. So the solutions that we're seeing here in the UAE that are brought by people from the UAE are absolutely amazing. We were in beta stage of the climate call, and just within the last few weeks, some of the ideas that I've seen from global shapers from the World Economic Forum, youth climate delegates from COP28, these solutions ranged from using blockchain to secure a renewable energy supply for the future, to creating eco-communities in the mountains of the UAE. So there's a wide array of ideas that are already present on Climate Call. And I've been able to observe over, in my role at the organization, key youth who have founded their own startups, and so there really is no limit to youth. It's not every single day where us young people have the opportunity to showcase our ideas, to sort of put our ideas forward when it comes down to creating a business or creating policy or media or research. But it is possible. And I think that if youth can use their voice in a way to inspire, to empathize, and to connect with people, back to your point on the importance of, you know, the storytelling elements as well, then we can really create true change in this world. And that's what I'm hopeful for.
Unfortunately, we are heading to our final round of interventions, but I think one last very important topic that we need to address. We're heading to the next COP here in the UAE, and we know that 75% of children and youth are in the global south, are being impacted heavily by the climate crisis and extreme events. How we can integrate these voices from the global south to the climate debate, but also negotiations inside COP. How we can bring these perspectives, especially when we talk about mitigation, but more than mitigation, adaptation. How we can transform our communities and cities in the global south and also bring these concerns and necessities to the global arena of climate negotiations. You, John.
So COP28, that's going to happen in UAE. It's going to be another COP for Global South. And COPs in general has become an effective platform for young people to show like why they become a climate activist and also what is happening in their region. So at the same time, so they are an effective communicators of climate science and also climate crisis. But hardly a few make it to the COP, especially from Global South. After every COP, young people are running after for badges and the accreditation and also funding. Because without this, many young people cannot come for COP. Like I said, it's not a privilege for them to be there because many people are like farmers, the young people, they are living in forests, like still traditionally involved people, but happen to have good education. So they connect their livelihood with the education, then they realize they are victims of climate change. But they should tell this like climate change. They are victims, they have to tell it somewhere. And there comes platform like this. So when they tell it, what should happen is like someone should hear it, someone should address it, but that is not happening. So every time young people say the same thing, because more than 6 years I have been in public activism, and every time it's like we tell the same story and there is no actions. So at COPs, what should actually happen is also to hear what is happening on the ground and address those issues. Because it's a shame for governments and others to having people going into a career like climate activism, and it's like something which like new climate activists coming out because the society or the government is not meeting the needs of the young people, the future generations, like the 75% of the population. That is, the needs of the majority is still unaddressed. So that shows like a vacuum in the policy making and also the climate action agenda. And another thing is like, we are no longer just activists. We also want to be actors. Many young people are founding their own media ventures and blogs. So you could see, like if you check online, many young people are writing their own stories, being creative in showing what the positive messages about climate change, like what should be the climate solution, and also how they are impacted by climate change. So those things should be heard as well. So another thing, like for young people to be there, they have to be famous. That's also like a tagline in these days because people should know about it, and that also is something that is left to the media. Because when media are really interested in communicating their climate story, they have to go deep, they have to be on the ground, they have to find a representative who could communicate the climate story in a better form, how they are impacted by climate change, and how they should be helped, and what is their vision for future.
Thank you. Zach.
Yeah, I think, you know, just to add on to your point there, John, the role of the media is so important for just climate discussion and climate dialogue in general. I strongly believe that science alone can't solve climate change. We need a multidisciplinary approach and a disciplinary approach and perspectives. Now, to your point, John, you mentioned around how most people from the global south who are being impacted by climate change as we speak won't be able to make it to COP. And we realized that at Climate Call, which is why we made the platform accessible to absolutely anyone around the world with internet connection. So if they can just put an idea on the platform, their idea will be displayed and has the opportunity to be seen by change makers, by policymakers, by government, by the public and the private sector. And that's the goal of what we're trying to do. We do know that there's so much progress that needs to be made when it comes down to engaging the global south and understanding that they know how to solve their own problems. So we need to empower them and give them the platforms to produce action. I think you said it brilliantly, John. You don't want to just be activists. You want to be actors. You want to be taking the role and producing solutions that can change communities and can change lives. So I'm very excited for COP28 here. I think it's going to be an amazing event. That's a COP of action, like they're saying. And I'm proud that at Climate Call we've leveraged sort of the platform not just from the Global Media Congress, but from the upcoming events that we're going to have to make sure that it's accessible and it's a place for people to put ideas that they genuinely believe can change the world.
Thank you, Zachary. And you, Noha.
Well, I agree with them, actually, in all the points they mentioned. We started that in COP27 in Egypt last year when we reflected the Global South ideas and positions and initiatives as well. And I believe UAE is also will continue on this track. But let me here focus on another issue. We don't need to focus all the time on the traditional media. Okay, UAE can focus more on empowering entrepreneurship who work for media and communication or on media and communication projects. There are a lot of talents there, and the South is full of great ideas, and as Zach said, they know how to solve their own problems more than any other persons. And yet, the climate change is global, but yet still there are national and local solutions, of course, for many cases. So I think there is a huge opportunity here hosting the COP28 here in UAE. And I think and I believe that by adopting young entrepreneurs who work in the media field, who have new ideas of how to communicate in a better way, then this definitely will contribute to the empowerment of the whole climate change awareness and environmental awareness at the large.
Great. I think we left this panel with more inspiration and with a certainty that we can solve this together in collaboration, not just with the negotiators, with our creators, but also with the youth and children. Let's hear their voices. They are people not from the future, but from the present. Thank you very much for this great debate. And I see you, everyone, in the next debates here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
So we would like to thank all the panelists for the last discussion of the day. Thank you, Pedro. Thank you, Noha. Thank you, Zachary. Thank you, John. And now Renan has the final remarks.
So I'd like to thank the audience for your presence today. Thank you very much for coming. We are waiting for you tomorrow for our second day of the agenda, where we're going to discuss the media education and also technology. Thank you very much for coming. Welcome to the Global Media Congress. So see you tomorrow. Have a great evening. Bye.